Hey guys, welcome back. Welcome back to another late show. I'm here to talk about watches once again. There are a lot of interesting new releases. A lot of the brands are really entering the year with a bang. We talked about Seiko. There's more Seiko coming up. A couple of Grand Seiko models that they are releasing already. And we have talked about a few brands before, but perhaps not in a way that I would have liked to, broaden the conversation a little bit and get into some details. So let's do that in this stream. Um, and I know some of you are worried about my health. I'm doing fine. I was just a little under the weather. I think most of you know that things are a little different in California these days. A lot of rainstorms and changing climate. So I'm trying to adjust myself, but I'm doing better. So thank you for asking. I think I'm gonna start with a brand that we talked about, but perhaps not in a way that I would have liked to, because it is one of those design forward French brands, much like Baltic, let's put it this way. Even though it is a larger brand, more of a lifestyle brand that is now also focusing on watches for the last couple of years. Um, I think they have had a collaboration with Hodinkee before, which was quite popular. And they just came out with these three mechanical watches that each have a very specific inspiration behind them. Merci is a brand from Paris. So these watches are basically designed in Paris and made in Switzerland, as it says on the dial, of course. Fab Suisse. Um, and because the website itself for Merci is so editorial driven and so invested in presenting luxury at a different level of accessibility, the watches themselves have that sort of thematic behind them. For example, the Nacional is actually designed as if it were a field watch, let's say, that an imaginary French general of staff would wear in the 60s. And the even the font of the Arabic numerals is somehow evocative of that time period, evocative of certain fonts that you would see perhaps in Universal Genève watches. As you see, by the way, all three of these pieces use a Sellita movement. They all have closed case backs, as you would expect from pieces that are utilitarian in this particular manner. Um, I think the watches are largely brushed, if not all satin brushed. I don't know if they have any polished surfaces, and they're matched with slightly oversized NATO straps. I don't know if you can notice it in the picture, but apparently the cases have a 19 millimeter lug width, but they are matched with 20 millimeter black NATO straps with matching satin brushed stainless steel hardware. So you just have trio of 38 millimeter, 40 millimeter with the crown hard wearing field watches in 3 different iterations. The hands, even though they look like they are heat blued or perhaps lacquered, are apparently neither. They're not heat blued. They're not lacquered, but still have a kind of electric shade of blue. This is the case with La Nacional, which is what I just described, the kind of military-inspired field watch with a railroad track for the seconds and minutes. And then railroad minute track, I should say, because seconds are in fact on the periphery altogether. And then you have the Everest, which again has this sort of field watch inspiration, maybe less militaristic and more subdued, with these pencil hands that are also blue and essentially deployed seconds at, then that contrasts with that and actually matches with the case, echoes with the case, and it has those pips for the hour markers, as well as, of course, Arabic numerals at 12 and 6 as well. So, very much, again, kind of like an old school Timex, but with a self-winding movement. That's really the vibe I'm getting from this kind of watch. And I mean, it's really kind of perfect, actually, for the price range. At least my absolute favorite of all these, and I think it has a lot to do with my abiding love for Breguet numerals and Dauphine hands, and this watch has both. In addition to sector dial, right, kind of a scientific dial, which is apparently architecturally inspired. And this particular model actually apparently is designed by a second-hand watch dealer who operates out of Paris, Archie Watch, or Archie Watch, which is a cool little detail. You can pretend that it's an implicit reference to Archie Luxury. I don't think anyone would fault you for that. I kind of like the fact that it turns some design elements on its head. Apparently, some of the Japanese market-oriented Swiss-made watches in the mid-century era had this sort of design where they had the branding at 6 o'clock rather than 12. Whatever is their story behind it, I think it's a pretty ingenious way of putting that distinct single Breguet-styled Arabic numeral at noon and putting the branding, including the cosign of Archie Watch, I think really gives the design such a nice balance, and in a way, again, just 2.5 lines of writing allows you to have the entire focus at noon and at that very striking sector dial. What am I talking about? Sorry for that momentary lapse. Apparently, this was a design that they came up with, imagining that it would be the kind of watch that you would see on the wrist of an Italian architect called Alessandro, which is apparently the name of the model. And again, it has these beautiful polished Dauphine hands, which strikingly separates itself, of course, from everything else that is mostly satin brushed, except for the bezel and the applied Breguet numeral at 12. Again, I think it's a beautiful beautiful piece. I know on the website, which is again the Merci website, which I should link, they sell you a bunch of straps. Not sure if I would necessarily go with any of them if I were to buy one of these pieces. Nevertheless, there's also the option of a matching stainless steel kind of Bon Clip design strap. Ooh, Bruce G. Thank you, my man. $4.99. Cheers to you as well. Cheers to you. I am in the mood to drink, actually, and I have tomorrow off work, as it happens, since it's a federal holiday, a banking holiday, as our friends across the pond like to call it. Better than, well, I don't know, Basil's, if they are better than, but they're a pretty honest brand, right? They don't try to present themselves as something they're not, right? They are not trying to pretend that they are high quality, high horological. They're not trying to ask a premium for these imaginary stories they came up with for watches. The only premium that you have, which is about 60 euros, is for the Archie watch version, which is literally a limited edition of 250 pieces, which is not many, even though they're still not sold out. So there's still time to get it. So that's about 650. I imagine even before being charged potentially some sort of customs fee or other duties, there is a shipping charge, which is, I think, 15 euros. And then depending on what you use as your form of payment, of course, there will be currency exchange. And you know how banks are, you know how nasty and vicious they are, and how they are trying to give you the worst exchange rate, of course. But yeah, these are watches that you can get for $650, $700. And I think for a well-designed, hard-wearing daily watch, that's not such a bad price point. And I did promise you guys to look more and more extensively into sub $1,000 range in watches, and try to dig up things that are not presented every day and not necessarily paid attention to, in this sort of sustained manner. Although I have to be honest, I have come across Merci when I was watching Revolution's YouTube channel, so it's not like something that forced me to go out of my way. But I think we should present them, and I see them in a way, in a similar line, in a similar lane, I should say, as Baltic. They have this heavy emphasis on design, even though their design codes are a little more minimalistic. They're based in France, and they have their watches and movements made elsewhere. Of course, in this case, at least in the time-only watches, they are mostly Swiss, whereas Baltic has, especially in chronographs, some different sources as well, which are not necessarily better or worse, but something to be noted, right? Baltic's dress watches use the Seagull micro rotor movement, which actually is a pretty pretty looking movement when you think of it. And we can go back to them. But what I wanted to show you is that as you are purchasing these watches, whether you go for La Nacional, that military inspired field watch, or Everest, which is kind of their explorer watch, or the Archi watch, which are all mechanical and self-winding, you actually get to customize it if you wish. So you can go with something like a leather NATO, a plain leather strap, kind of a matching strap in this old school styling, so on and so forth. Not sure if I am enamored with any of these options here, but hey, at least there's the option. So if you want something on top of it, in addition to the simple NATO strap that they are presenting the watch on, you can actually add that to your order. And everything seems pretty straightforward. The Archi watch, which is a limited edition of 250, is 650 euro. La Nacional is 590, and the Everest is 590 as well. And they have earlier runs of these quartz ticking versions of their field watch, which again are very design forward pieces, right? I think they look great, kind of like a French Timex, so to speak. Again, I'm not really too hot of these on these quartz pieces, but hey, I mean, it's still speaking from a design perspective, it's a nice piece. And this is the Hodinkee one, which has a sans serif Arabic numerals with kind of Hodinkee gray, as they call it, right? They like these sorts of beige and gray colors in their limited edition watches. Again, it's a cool piece. And even though it's a limited edition, it has not yet sold out either. And this has come out a while ago. So yeah, and in the numbered versions, of course, as it says here, le numéro est au dos de la montre. So it's the number of your watch is actually inscribed on the case back, which can be cool. Yeah, I think it's a nice concept. Again, it adds something new, something different to this range. If you're into vintage styling, certainly this will be a great option, along with Baltic's MR01 line, which sell out pretty quickly whenever they actually come out, and which, again, I think are beautiful pieces of design and have a very different vibe, right? You know, they're actually smaller. These are 36. The Mercies were 38. And these actually have micro rotor movements that are exposed on the back, so maybe a little fancier, even though they are more or less in the same price range. And of course, the other option would be Forlan Mari, especially the Nero Sabbia, I guess, which, with everything that is going on the dial, including the pulsometer, is still a very elegantly designed and balanced piece, kind of a minimalistic chronograph, so to speak. So all these can be great options. Forlan Mari has that mecha quartz movement, which used to be quite popular actually when mechanical movements, especially for chronographs, were making a comeback in the aftermath of the quartz crisis. There are a lot of very cool pieces actually that belong to the archive of IWC and Jaeger-LeCoultre. And Forlan Mari uses that particular technology, even though they have recently added more watches to their lineup that have mechanical movements, pure and simple. Baltic and their famous and quickly out of stock MR01 watches. Again, that's in the same price range, more or less, $545. The pre-order is already closed though, so that's not an option at the moment. And then you have the Merci instruments and their LMM01, which include mechanical pieces and at an even more entry-level pricing, some old school Timex/field watch heavy pieces that could be great for grab and go for the everyday. Certainly not for me. I used to wear a Timex Weekender on a pretty heavy basis during high school when I thought that my Swatch diver with its neon yellow was a little too much, but never wanted to go back to quartz watches after that, though there's a place for them, admittedly. But yeah, there's the LMMH01, the one that they did with Hodinkee, and it is still available in that limited edition. The Archiwatch limited edition of 250 pieces, which is still available, but it has just come out in the last week. And then La Nationale and Everest, which are also part of that same trilogy of watches that have come out. Hey, Chris, JB, so nice to see you, man. Yeah, and thanks for joining. I know you were dropping by. I know you were busy, and thank you for giving me the thumbs up while you were dropping by. So this was something I wanted to cover before I moved on to some perhaps more mainstream pieces, but I wanted to also attend to this silly little controversy that's going on. I don't know if you're following this, but as a Real Madrid fan, it's giving me no small amount of joy that Shakira just put out a diss track on Barca legend Piqué, who was her partner for about a decade. And they have separated, and apparently separated in a pretty acrimonious manner, where Piqué cheated on Shakira with a 22-year-old, and she basically wrote this that has a reference to Rolex as well, where she says, so much talk of being a champion, but when I needed you, you gave me the worst version of you. She-wolf like me is not for the rookies, not for guys like you. And then she says, I'm worth two 22-year-olds. You traded a Ferrari for a Twingo. You traded a Rolex for, sorry, you traded a Casio for a Rolex. Bad work, NBC there. You're tripping me up as well. And so much time at the gym, but maybe work on your brain a little bit as well. So you traded a Casio for a Rolex, and it turns out that Piqué took this pretty seriously. So he started just going with it.
Ya que lo veo, anuncio que la Kings un gran anuncio. Casio nos ha dado relojes. Un acuerdo con Casio. La Kings League ha llegado a un acuerdo con Casio.
Está Casilan.
Oye, esto es cachondeo, ¿no?
Esto es broma.
Esto es cachondeo.
No, lo digo en serio. Toma, mira, aquí tienes uno y un Casio, ¿vale? Para Ibai.
¿Para mí?
Sí, porque tenemos para todos.
It's very generous. Reminds me of my raffle, my giveaway that's going on now. So he actually responds to the this like this, and gifts his colleagues Casios.
El expulsito. El expulsito, no. Ya que lo veo.
And apparently he also turned up to work literally in a Renault. Unreal. But yeah, this is Barcelona legend, man. Yeah, I thought Cristiano Ronaldo ending up in Saudi Arabia and Messi winning the World Cup was a big L for people like me who were big time CR7 fans, big time Real fans. But it could have been worse. It could have been worse. You could have ended up with Casio and a Twingo. But good on him for having the sense of humor. Good on him for responding to it like that. And hopefully, I mean, they have kids together. So hopefully they can patch things up in some way so they can remain friendly on a human level, let's put it like that. Casio, speaking of Casio and Japanese watches, Seiko, as you know, is one of my favorites. They came out with another Prospex diver that's heavily inspired by their 62 Mas series, by their classic divers that they were putting out since the late 60s, although this is a piece that is much more modern and really stakes its own claim, has this quite unique globescape kind of design on the dial, which I really appreciate, because I wanted to see something different finally on a lot of these Save the Ocean limited editions, which have very striking dials, but it's always the same kind of wavy, kind of reminiscent of the scale of some sort of reptile, or perhaps inspired of wood, something of the sort. I mean, I don't know what it is usually. They are pretty nature inspired, ocean inspired, but finally there's some other element of design that creeps up in the Save the Ocean models, and I'm pretty happy that it is this sort of detail, like a globescape of different variations and different proportions, I think gives the dial a pretty nice look. There is a date window at 3 o'clock. As you know, here the piece is counterposed to an actual vintage diver. And you can see that this is a bigger watch and a much more modern looking watch that takes in certain elements, but the case design, the look of the dial, the elements of how the bezel is decorated, everything pretty much remains along the same lines. As far as I know, it's a 41 millimeter case. Yes, the case is 41.3 millimeters and a little more than 13 millimeters thick. We have just seen that it has a depth rating of 200 meters. As you would expect from a vintage-inspired diver, the piece has drilled lugs, as you can glimpse here, and a double-domed sapphire crystal, which kind of splits the difference, right? You know, between the vintage inspiration with that domed design, but of course, a sapphire crystal is much harder to scratch. Perhaps you can say unscratchable, certainly harder to break, harder to crack, anti-reflective. And a screw-down crown, of course, assures that 200 meter depth rating. This is also bigger, a bigger watch, a watch perhaps you can say with more wrist presence than the SLA 017, which was a little more perhaps faithful to the dimensions of a vintage Seiko diver. This is again 41.3 millimeters in terms of the case diameter, and a little more than 13 millimeters thick. Apparently, it is limited. It's a limited run of 1,300 pieces and retails for just south of $3,000, $2,900, which, as Sodinki says here, is a good bit less than the 3,400s of the original SLA 017, and quite a lot more of the 1,200 20 mass, which is the entry-level Prospex, of course. I think, again, this is, the kind of piece that we have come to expect from Seiko, something that is faithful to their vintage diver design. They do great things with good old round-shaped divers. They do great again with cushion cased, the Captain Willard and Turtle kind of nicknamed divers as well. But in either case, you have something here that is mid-range Prospex that perhaps adds a few styling elements into the equation that separates it from the pack. And I think this is a pretty cool piece. It's SLA 065, which is a modern reinterpretation of this 1965 diver. $50 power reserve. This is the movement 8L35. So SLA 065. Save the ocean with this beautiful globescape design, blue dial, dark blue bezel insert, and a matching silicone rubber strap. We go then to Grand Seiko, which is again another fan favorite, as always. They have released again two 25th anniversary editions to celebrate their caliber 9S, their automatic high beat caliber that beats at 36,000 semi-oscillations per hour. Again, in a way, the dials, you might say, are the centerpiece of each of these models, which are every bit, which are quintessentially modern dress watches by Grand Seiko. They are 37 millimeters in diameter, so quite wearable. They both have anti-reflective coated double-domed sapphire crystals, and of course, they both feature the High-Beat 9S 85 caliber. Right, or I should say, in fact, sorry for that brain fart. I mean, they're both celebrating the 9S caliber, but they don't actually have the same caliber, which should explain the price difference. So the SBGH 311 is the one with this silver dial that depicts like a cloudy sky. You have the Grand Seiko logo and writing in that Gothic font, and a heat blued centrally deployed seconds hand, which again is a great contrast from the Dauphine hands for the hours and minutes. And on the back, you can glimpse the movement, which has a titanium rotor that has an icy blue finish itself that reflects perhaps the pattern of the dial in a way, but in a different color. Apparently, that is achieved through an anodic oxidation process. Tambar water resistance, so that's 100 meters. And that is the high beat caliber, one of 1200. And that is actually 7,200 euros. So I'm assuming pretty much at that price point as well in dollars, since Grand Seiko for a while now has their own boutiques in the US. The second model, which is the SBGR 325, is a little more simplistic, has this icy blue sunburst dial, also features 9S series caliber. and has a rotor that is similarly finished in titanium in a darker blue. But of course, this is not actually a high beat piece, even though it is a 9S caliber. And it is therefore a little cheaper at 5,800. And that is also a limited version of 1,200 pieces. This is a great object lesson actually on some drawbacks of high beat movements, right? High beat, of course, ideally is a more shock resistant movement. A lot of the modern high beat movements are, at least. But most importantly, they provide increased precision and accuracy, although usually at the expense of the power reserve, for example, right? That's why sometimes at the entry level, especially, some brands can achieve higher power reserves on simple base movements by decreasing the frequency of the movement, right? That's the genius of Powermatic 80, for example, which is actually quite a simple ETA base, right? The ETA 2824-2, their absolute, workhorse movement that you can find anywhere. And the way that the Powermatic recalibration of it does is to reduce the 4 hertz frequency of the movement to 3 hertz, which is primarily how they earn that 80-hour power reserve. But yeah, so you have basically the higher spec watch in SBGH 311 with the high beat 3600 semi-oscillations per hour movement, the 9S85 caliber. It has, however, a power reserve of 55 hours, whereas the piece, the SBGR 325 with the ice blue dial, has a more muted version of caliber 9S, of which Grand Seiko is celebrating the 25th anniversary, and that has actually a 3-day power reserve. So these two match, and so does these two. I think they're very cool watches at 37, but I'm just puzzled over the years as to how much a lot of these mid-level luxury watches have been climbing up at a steady pace, since brands feel like they have a right to, and they in fact have to, increase their prices at least twice a year. So you end up with, these sorts of beautiful, wearable time and date only or time only pieces costing $5,000, $6,000, $7,000 from brands like Grand Seiko, from brands like Tag Heuer, from brands like Girard Perregaux, from brands like Glashütte Original, and it's a little too much, right? That's why increasingly people go for micro brands for their everyday wearers, and if they are serious collectors who go after these sorts of brands like Grand Seiko, like, for example, Glashütte Original and other brands that I mentioned, they go into the secondary market and make sure that someone else eats that initial loss, initial value depreciation that starts to characterize a lot of these brands. Yashavi says, started buying golden G-Shocks. Not even. I mean, Piquet still needs to grow up to get to that level. Again, I don't have any strong feelings for or against Casio or G-Shock. It's just I've never liked them. I think it has something to do with the fact that those sorts of electronic digital display watches were always on the wrists of people I hated most in middle school or even in elementary school, not to mention high school. So I think it just didn't. Yeah, it never really did it for me. It never made my heart skip, so to speak. The Bills, yeah. Hey, Mike David. Good afternoon to New Zealand as well. Full on John says, I have the 20th anniversary. It was a bargain secondhand. There you go, Mike David. That's how you go about it. Whole Milk says, I think I would cash out the extra money. So you would shell out the extra money for the 9SA5 movement. Not many high horology companies have a special escapement like that. You're absolutely right, Whole Milk. But perhaps on the secondary market, it's even better, right? The research and development to create a new escapement on the 9SA5 movement isn't cheap. I think the price is justified. Whole Milk, you would think they would have amortized that in 25 years, no? I understand this all. I mean, it's not, this is not a mystery to me. But look, maybe you are right. I shouldn't group Grand Seiko with Gérard Perregaux and Tag Heuer and, Glashütte Original. I did group them together based on the price range, right? Maybe not much more, but that's something that they share. And certainly they keep going up. And I really do think it's unconscionable. I mean, I don't know. Look, I understand they are a business. They are in the business to sell watches, to move units. So obviously their research and development is going to be reflected in the price. But I don't know. I think something's got to give, Whole Milk. And, I would, speaking of research and development, St. Peter, nice to see you, man. Speaking of research and development, think of it like this, right? Since we are talking seriously now, since we're talking business and real money, I would suggest that Grand Seiko executives sit down, Grand Seiko USA executives specifically, sit down and do the books, compare numbers with Tudor, which entered the US market around the same time as Grand Seiko. So let's see which one is doing better. Both brands have had to deal with a certain stigma about them, right? Tudor was and is still known as the sister company of Rolex. Tudors were known, save for the most conscious and committed collectors, as the spare parts division of Rolex. Again, save for, Snowflake, Submariners, Blue Subs, Tudor Subs, and all these archival and collectible models, they were really looked down upon for their entire existence. And it took them about a decade to shake off that image. And now, they're making more money to Wilsdorf Foundation, I think, in terms of the proportions on a single watch than even Rolex. So I would highly recommend that Grand Seiko borrows a page from something like Tudor and tries to come up with some sort of marketing strategy that relays the achievements that they make on their escapements, on their spring drive movements, on everything else that they do, right? They have just won the chronometry prize for their constant force Kodo watch in Geneva. So that's not a small achievement, right? Grand Seiko is not only recognized, but well respected and frequently rewarded by the industry itself. So their peers know them. Does the customer know them? And is the customer ready to pay, $7,500, $6,000 for their simple dress watches? Not sure. I really don't know how successful they have been in the US, especially. I suppose not as successful as Tudor, though perhaps that's an unfair benchmark, you might say. But again, my analogy was strictly on the basis of coming into a market where you were mostly an unknown. If you were known, you had a heavy stigma on you, right? For Grand Seiko, it's being associated with Seiko and therefore entry-level watches. And for Tudor, it was the close association to Rolex and being understood as a spare parts brand at worst and an homage brand at best. That was my parallel. So don't take me wrong. I'm not trying to say Tudor and Grand Seiko make comparable watches, but I think Tudor has gotten the marketing right and started to reach its own customers, started to even create its own customers, whereas Grand Seiko has won over a very limited group of watch enthusiasts and got stuck there. And the prices keep increasing. Whole Milk says their marketing is a nightmare. Most watch companies are. Yeah, most watch companies don't even try, honestly. I think at this point, Rolex doesn't even try for itself. Tudor probably tries harder than Rolex. Thomas says Japanese companies always miss it. Always? I'm not too sure. There have been a few Japanese companies which have been very successful in the American market in their own way. Of course, I mean, Toyota and Lexus are great examples of that, but you can think of the Real McCoy and the kind of luxury niche vintage inspired clothing they make. You can think of Japanese whiskey companies that I don't know if they employ strategies of scarcity marketing, because they are nowadays very difficult to find in the US, but are increasingly popular and very well desired and aspired to, and very expensive. Sony, St. Peter, thank you. I mean, Sony is, I take it so much for granted, I guess, that I even forget Sony. Mike David says, do you think American companies are any different? Yeah, whether you were saying that to Thomas or me, Mike, your comment is well taken. Except here in America, it comes very naturally to us to be America-centered and even American exceptionalist, right? And we forget that's how we are conditioned to think, how we are even expressing ourselves. And I mean, whatever, you see my face, you know, I'm not your average American, I guess, but you know, I'm based here, I'm a citizen here, so that's what I'm saying. Bruce G says, I just succumbed to my weakness and snapped up a Zin ECM2 on eBay, the oil-filled quartz one. Let's check that out. I love Zin. Let me see. Ooh. Mission timer, huh? I didn't realize that that's what ECM stood for. Einsatzzeitmesser. In the late 1990s, Zinn released a new line of watches with the EZM moniker. EZM stands for Einsatzzeitmesser, which translates to English as mission timer. It's a dive watch, right? And you got the quartz version of this. Is that what the Hydro refers to? I'm not very familiar with this watch. So Bruce G, you will have to explain it to me, but I do love the entire aesthetic of the dial. You know, the red against black is always a hit for me. But yeah, I was thinking about Zinn actually quite a bit more recently because of this whole debate about what makes a watch German or French. Because my friend over at the Watch Art Sci channel, Bill Sanders, made a little presentation on Berthet, which is a French watch company that provides pretty accessible, classically inspired wristwatches for men, some pocket watches, and some quartz operated women's watches as well. And someone was taking an issue about the idea that they were a French company, Berthet, even though they're obviously based in France, because they have Swiss movements inside the watches. Well, you know, you and I, you know, being committed watch degenerates, we might think of A. Lange und Söhne, Glashütte Original, Nomos, even Union, Tutima, you know, Langenhain, whatever. But the average person would think of Zinn when you speak of German watches, and most of their watches use Swiss movements. And I'm not sure if that's a bad thing, right? I mean, it is what it is, right? You know, most of their watches use workhorse Swiss movements. And you know, I think it's really the design elements, that almost immediate recognizability that makes them thoroughly Teutonic, as it were. Ooh, St. Peter. You wanna pull Love It or Leave It to me? I like it. I like it. Otherwise, I wouldn't be here. We have just, by the way, crossed the threshold for an hour. So if you have enjoyed the show, if you have taken anything from it, please hit the like button. It really does help, and I really appreciate it. Yeah, this is a beautiful watch. I don't know whether yours is destro like this, like a right-hander's version of the watch with the crown at 9 o'clock. I think that's even nicer. I love everything about this watch, honestly. The way it looks, again, I'm not a quartz movement guy, but apparently there are versions of Eitzit M2 that are with an automatic movement as well. What does it say? Or maybe Eitzit M2 is quartz. It says Zin used different movements and different watch styles, diver, chronograph, etc., to create this range. So apparently the guard diver unit watch was the Eitzit M2. So that might be just the quartz one. This this looks like a serious diver, right? It's supposed to withstand 5,000 meters of a depth rating. Nice. Beautiful case. Did yours come with a matching bracelet or a rubber strap or something else? In either case, this looks like a serious piece of work. The design pièce de résistance of this watch is the silicone oil that fills the case. The use of a liquid to fill the voids in the case overcomes the main problem associated with building serious dive watches, that of pressure resistance. Beautiful. The pressure of the water surrounding the watch increases as the wearer descends into the depths during a dive. As this increasing pressure is exerted on a normal air-filled watch case, it will eventually cause flexing of some part of the case, leading to a breach. Nice. So they overcome that by filling the case with liquid. That's amazing. Full On John says, I love it on the rubber. Wish the Zin straps didn't have the branding on the outside. Yeah, I can appreciate that. Maybe it's a little bit too much, but I don't know. I don't mind it, actually. Zin is one of those brands that if you're wearing it, you gotta be proud of it. You gotta scream it off rooftops, So Thomas says, like it in the Zin vein, but a twist, Tudor, Okay, I can't figure the grammar of this sentence, Thomas. I do apologize, but you are simply asking, I think, if the Tudor Marine Nationale FXD is available for sale at the French Navy PX. At what price? I have no clue. It is for sale, of course, at Tudor's own website. Since we were talking about the Border Guard Divers Unit and their watch in Zin 88M2, the Pelagos FXD is an iteration of Tudor's Serious Dive watch that they introduced recently in collaboration with the French Marine Nationale to harken back to those classic snowflake blue Tudor Submariners they used to make for them. It's a fixed lug piece that has won the Dive Watch prize in the Grand Prix d'Horlogerie de Genève just last year, 2022 Divers Watch Prize, as you can see. And FXD literally refers to fixed because this is the watch as a full unit. As has been historically the case, the case back is inscribed with a 2-digit year following MN for Marine Nationale right under their logo. So if you come across a watch from 2021, which was their first year of production in the secondary market, that would be inscribed MN21. Watches from last year were inscribed MN22, and nowadays they're inscribed MN23. Yeah, I think this is a pretty handsome watch. I see the rustic charm of the fixed lugs, though I fail to understand the use of them for a watch that is sold in civilian production. Perhaps that's part of your question, Thomas, in the sense that if this watch were merely presented to the Marine Nationale and not sold to the end customer, I can understand that. And here it's part of, I guess it's part of the cosplay that we sometimes indulge in when we wear these watches, right? At the end of the day, a lot of the mil-spec military issue watches were made with fixed lugs because they were made to be worn by canvas or nylon straps that you basically feed through those lugs, and they were supposed to, again, a lot of times they were soldered lugs, by the way, not necessarily fixed in this particular way. But the idea was if one of them actually failed, since the NATO strap actually is double under the watch case, you would not actually lose your watch, right? It would still hang on by your strap, by your canvas or nylon strap, since it loops through at least one of the lugs, which is ideally still safe, still there. Yeah, this is a handsome piece, and it is for sale at Tudor at 4,100. I'm sure it's available at your AD as well. You know, I know at some point they were very well desired and quite limited in number, but I'm sure you can get one at list price or even below. In fact, I want to say on the secondary market they have come down already quite a bit, where you can get them for under list anyway. Yeah, yeah. Actually, there's one at an absurdly low price on Chrono 24. Unless it is, yeah, I'm guessing it's not the real deal, because 1800 seems too cheap for something like this. But next to it, there's one at 4,000, which is less than list. Of course, this is a titanium piece. It is from last year, and it does come with everything that it is supposed to come with as a full original set, with all the documents and the straps provided. And of course, the presentation box. No luck. Okay. The mil-spec has no engraving. I mean, historically, I think the Marine Nationale mil-spec watches had the MN with the year engraved on the case back, but I might be wrong. Bruce G says, it looks like mine comes on a leather strap for the Zinn AMZ2, but I have an extra Zinn rubber strap. That's amazing. That is amazing. So let's go back to some of these new watches that I was presenting. Let me go back. We have talked a little bit about the Seiko Save the Ocean in SLA 065, the new blue with the Globescape dial. We talked about the two Grand Seiko watches that are released for the 25th anniversary of Caliber 9S. We talked about the Merci instruments from France that run on Sellita movements and provide an interesting alternative, right around $650, $700 for everyday wear type field watches, military inspired watches, dress watch inspired sector dial pieces. And next up, I want to talk about a new chronograph by Seiko, actually. There we go. Yeah, Mühle is cool too. That's another Glashütte brand. I think, is Mühle also independent still? I think that's my... I think Union, along with Glashütte Original, is in Swatch Group, and Mühle is technically still independent, and they still make watches, as far as I know, for the Bundeswehr, so to speak. But you can clarify that, Thomas, while I talk about this piece. So this is an all black Seiko Prospex speed timer in a limited edition SRQ 045. All black as in black dial, black case, black pushers, all black everything. I think it's a cool piece. 42.5 millimeters at more than 15 millimeter thick as well. It is quite a unit, but this is what a lot of people come to expect from their chronographs. It is equipped with a sapphire crystal and is has a 100-meter depth rating. A see-through case back with a self-winding movement, as you can see here. 45 hours of a power reserve. Apparently, it's going to be a limited edition of 600 pieces. Comes on a matching black leather strap. This black coated stainless steel piece. Has a tachometer on the chapter ring. The minutes, the hour markers are orange accented, and also actually marked in 2 digits in Arabic numerals. And the same orange accents accompany the 30-minute totalizer that is located at 9 o'clock as well. At 6 o'clock, you have an opening for the dates, and you have the running seconds at 3 o'clock. This is going to be a piece that will list for 3,000 euros. Coming out next month. And apparently the strap has a folding clasp, which matches the blacked out finish of the case. I actually like the color scheme a lot. I have this sort of nascent interest more recently about in these blacked out, in these murdered out watches, in these Goth Lord pieces. I guess it's some sort of nostalgia for my more youthful days where I used to dress in all black, but no longer. So I don't know what I am thinking exactly. Probably I'm not going to go through with anything like that. But as far as these kinds of pieces go, I think this splits the difference rather well, because it has that severity, it has that gravity of an all black look. But I think the orange accents provided enough of a relief and give it that sporty edge of kind of like 80s or 90s standard dashboard. It's that's what I remember from the Renault that my family owned for the longest time. So that's black and orange is what I remember from that dashboard. This is a very cool piece. I kind of wish they did something with the rotor as well, maybe blackened it too, but it really doesn't matter, I guess. Yeah, it looks like it's a big watch for sure. It looks very sporty, very racing oriented, as it behooves a watch that calls itself the Speed Master or Speed Timer, I should say. Omega might just burn them for copyright infringement, but this is a Prospex Speed Timer chronograph 2 register with a date display at 6 o'clock. Blancpain apparently just released a new watch to celebrate the Chinese New Year. It is a watch that has a display of the traditional Chinese calendar. As you guys know, the Lunar New Year is upon us, and it's going to be the year of the rabbit. And this is what Blancpain celebrates with the traditional Chinese calendar model. I think it's actually a pretty cool idea, and I always have a very soft spot for complicated Blancpain pieces because it reminds me of that 90s purple patch that the brand had under the direction of Biver and Piguet, where they had the famous slogan, we never made quartz watches and we never will. And they focused basically on building up that image of the brand as the oldest established Swiss watch manufacturer, 1735, right? And this is apparently a piece that is crafted from platinum, executed in platinum, as we say in the official pronunciation of the Watches and Style channel, in a 50-piece limited run. As you see, the rabbits are also depicted on the rotor weight. The movement looks quite beautiful and attractive. The watch is also inscribed Chinese calendar on the back. Obviously, it's the lunar calendar. But we do usually speak of the Chinese New Year or the Chinese calendar. Both are obviously absolutely right. We love everybody, as you guys know. Wow. So it's basically the display combines both the Chinese traditional lunar calendar and the Gregorian calendar on a white Grand Feu enamel dial. The Gregorian dates is indicated by the blue serpentine dial on the periphery. Sorry, blue serpentine hand, I should say, on the periphery. And then everything else is in the subdials, and you can see here also the year and the moon phase as well. The watch is apparently 45 millimeters in diameter, executed in platinum with a sapphire case back. The rotor weight is apparently of white gold. And the piece is roughly $94,000. Again, I know these watches get bigger and bigger, and I love the design of the case, as well as the serpentine hand and the Roman numerals, in addition to the calendar function, of course. The double-stepped bezel itself is, I think, a sight to see. It's a beautiful piece. But of course, you know, what I remember from Blancpain's calendar watches are these 34 millimeter pieces that are very gorgeous, usually from the 90s, and I think still provides really a great value at this point in time. Let me see if I can find a few of them on Chrono 24 and show you a few options of Blancpain calendar watches from the 90s, when complications were all the rage. I mean, I think a lot of them are still great value. Look at this, for example. Full perpetual calendar. You see, you can already recognize the case. Perpetual calendar, chronograph, very elegant piece in pink gold. It's from 1995. I'm guessing 34 millimeters. Voila. Yes. What a gorgeous piece. I mean, probably you can't read it, but hey, who cares, right? Very elegant, very wearable. And you also, of course, have kind of just a perpetual calendar right here in yellow gold. And again, in that same 34 millimeter case. And that's less than 9,000. The PerpCal Chrono was 17.5. You know, that gorgeous white dial with matching pink gold fixtures for that double step bezel pink gold case. And then you have one in white gold, perpetual calendar, that's also in a pretty good condition. That is also 34, pardon me, millimeters, and it's a little more expensive. I would probably at this price point, I would probably go for, if we are going to the low 20s already, I would go with an Audemars Piguet, which has a similar design and one of the most emblematic perpetual calendar movements of the 80s, in fact, in this case. This is 25657. The successor to that famous perpetual calendar watch that has saved AP from potential disaster in the 80s. But yeah, this is a beautiful, beautiful piece as well. St. Peter says 4 figures for solid gold perp. Yep. Well, I mean, 90s Blancpain is where you go for that. Ooh, erotica watches. Hey, man, why not? Why not? Thomas says, why would they use a white gold rotor in a platinum watch? Why do you think? The same reason they use a white gold buckle on a platinum watch. Machining difficulties, as they say. Thomas Broadbent says, is 45 millimeter a design flaw? Listen, I'm coming around a little bit, Thomas. You know, again, for me, a perpetual calendar is a dress watch. It is first and foremost supposed to be wearable. I think wearability, elegance, a sleek profile, to me, are all elements that should outweigh, that should be prioritized over legibility. I know it might sound absurd, but that's really my preference when it comes to a calendar watch, when it comes to perpetual calendar chronograph, triple calendar chronograph. Especially, when you combine these with chronographs, they can be hard to read, but I would still prioritize something that is well proportioned, classically sized, and that sits well on the wrist. But I think over the years, I'm really coming around to a reasoning that dictates, hey, these watches have a lot of functions, a lot of displays, a lot of subdials, right? They need serious real estate on the dial, on the face of the watch. I understand that. I think that's as good of a reasoning, as good of a justification as you can get for having a bigger watch, right? I think it's all right for a perpetual calendar or for a perpetual calendar chronograph to be 42, 43 millimeters. Again, that's not my taste. That's not something I would want to wear. I don't think any of this stuff should be bigger than 39, 40 millimeters, but that's my personal taste anyways. And my eyesight is still okay. I can still read everything that is going on the dial of my tri-compacts, so I should be fine. But I can understand that justification. Blancpain perpetual calendar in steel used to be a deal. I think it still is a good deal. And they will keep coming down. The watch market is crashing back down to reality, Thomas. Rest assured. I think that is coming up. Thomas, I'm not gonna even read that. That's mean. That's mean. That's mean. We're not gonna body shame. Especially not any specific ethnic group. Yeah, look, I mean, it's just 50 pieces, right? Going back to the idea, Thomas, at the end of the day, this is just a 50-piece limited run. Platinum watches, all said and done, 6 digits, basically, right? $94,000 on list basically means a good 100,000. So, you know, they're not trying to break any records here in terms of the numbers they will generate. Again, another piece that I came on Watch Time, and another German piece actually is this Union Glashütte chronograph. It's called a Speedster. And I kind of love it, actually, this design of what they call a Belisa chronograph Speedster. It is, again, an absolute unit, a 44 millimeter case, which otherwise looks like a watch that has lots of vintage inspiration. I mean, look at those stepped lugs, the pushers, the numbers on the dial, maybe more 80s than any other kind of vintage. I love how the matching yellow rubber strap sits flush with the case and the lugs, with the case band and the lugs. And I kind of like that New York City taxi cab yellow for the lower third of the dial. It apparently has a self-winding chronograph caliber with a 65-hour power reserve. I had just mentioned that Union Glashütte is another company that is part of the Swatch Group. And this particular watch actually is, let's see if we can actually find it on the, yeah, it is actually listed for 3,200 euros. I was going to say US dollars, but let's see if they have the international. That's still in euros. Let's see if Watch Time presented it. 3,600 is the US pricing, apparently. I think, again, this is pretty cool. 288 pieces. A little too big for my taste, but I was just mentioning to you that people generally look for bigger watches when it comes to sporty chronographs. This is a pretty distinctive piece. So you have to be into the aesthetics of this watch if you're actually going with it. Stainless steel, 15 millimeter thickness, 21 millimeter for the lug width. And it comes with both a calfskin leather strap with that yellow end stitching, double end stitching that matches the yellow accents of that lower third of the dial, as well as the numbers on the tachometer and the chronometer registers. And that yellow rubber that I really like. You know what I really liked actually? I couldn't take videos of this, but Hermes just opened a new boutique in on Madison, a new maison, as they really insisted on saying, and they came up with a couple of different limited editions of their HO8 for that, and I really loved the one that has a yellow strap. Here's the watch. It has that yellow accent on the rejo, a rubber strap, and also the dial itself has some yellow accents too at 0.0 and 6 as well. And that is actually a very slight nod to the address of the new boutique, right, which is on 706 Madison Avenue. And this apparently was very strictly inspired by New York City taxi cabs. The whole color palette, you know, of that titanium case and the yellow band. Big Meech. Meech?
Hey, what's going on, Lord?
How are you doing, man? Are you gonna blame me of shilling for Hermes again? Is that why you came on board?
Exactly. You're spruiking shitters. You're spruiking garbage. Garbage. Cheap and nasty garbage.
You might be right. You might be right. But unfortunately, the Hermes watches are not necessarily cheap, although they have come down quite a bit on the secondary market. I've seen the regular HO8s go for 3,700, which seems like a decent deal for a watch that lists for, 55 and more. Whole Milk was asking, I think, whether Union Glashütte has any authorized dealers in the US. I don't think so. I don't think they are distributed in the US, although I'm sure you can get them. Wait, let me see. I think there's a website that sells German watches, and they might have a selection of Union Glashütte, which is owned by the Swatch Group, but I'm not sure if it's distributed in the US. I really don't think so. I've never seen their authorized dealers. What have you been up to, man? Talk to me.
Not a whole lot. I just got back from the pictures. Yeah, no, that's about it. That's about the eventful as I get, I suppose.
Pictures? What does that mean?
Oh, it's well, I mean, I suppose you youngins call it the movies, but I call it the pictures still.
Okay. What did you watch?
Actually, funny you should ask. Actually, I did actually go see the new Puss in Boots movie. Actually, and I gotta be honest, it's well written for what it is. For
I
a
hope
kids movie,
you
it's pretty
didn't.
dark.
Yeah, I hope you didn't go into it by thinking it's an adult movie. Right. I'm glad you knew what you were getting into.
No, I actually had no intention on seeing the film actually, but I've seen quite a few people talking about it on various forums, and I've seen a few clips of it, and it's actually, like I said, it's quite good. Um, for the kids, they might not understand the protagonist that is death. They don't quite understand it, but from an adult perspective, the character is actually well written and very, I wouldn't say terrifying, but very uncomfortable to watch as an adult, because you realize what his role is. It's a lot deeper than what you see on the surface.
Yeah, I don't know. I didn't realize that was actually in the cinemas.
I mean, it was either that or, trying to, piss away 3 hours of my life watching the new Avatar film, which I just can't bring myself to do. I hear I don't know. I hear mixed reviews on it. I hear it's, if you don't, how do I say this? If you don't care too much about the plot, I hear it's a good movie. Or no, I got the reverse. If you care a lot about the plot, it's a movie that drags on and takes forever to burn. If you care more about the special effects and things of that nature, I hear the movie kind of ticks along fairly quickly.
Okay. That sounds all right. That sounds all right. I don't know. It's been a while since I actually went to the movies. Especially since the pandemic, I don't go much to the movie theater, period.
And there's not much. There hasn't been much good lately in the movies. Let's be honest. Yeah, over the last 2 years, it just hasn't been dog shit.
Yeah. Going back to that idea. Hey, Nick, jump on, man. Jump on. And Bruce G says HO8 is another weakness of mine. Yeah, it's Thomas asked, did you date the gal from Hermes? Which one? What? Do we know each other, Thomas? Yeah, no comment. No comment, Thomas. Bruce G, I love the HO8, and I also love this piece that Benzinga watches just came out with. As you know, it got a lot of flack for copying the dial design of the famous George Daniels piece. In fact, I think Roger Smith himself had a comment somewhere around here. Let me see if I can find it. But yeah, so it was rightly criticized for taking a lot after the Daniels anniversary watch, right? Which was, of course, a limited run piece that was produced for the anniversary of the coaxial escapement, the invention of the coaxial escapement. And of course, both Daniels and Roger Smith were really invested in this. This takes a lot of elements from it, to be sure. Eliminates the power reserve at 12 for sure. But thankfully, the dial design is not limited to that original piece, or this for that matter, because this one, being all in steel and with the details of the dial actually rhodium plated, looks like a even more rare platinum version of the Daniels anniversary watch. But apparently they can make sportier versions of it like this, which I quite like. And that Guilloche dial in that navy looks amazing. What do you think about a watch like this, Meech? I want to hear what you really think.
I got to be frank and honest with you, Lord. Can I be frank and honest with you? I got to be totally
Please.
honest with you.
Can you be?
I
Please be
quite
honest.
like it. I quite like it. Actually, the balance between the what I assume is what black and rose gold. It's a nice touch. Um, from the surface level, I think it looks great. I think it looks great.
So for something like this that has a lot of handmade elements, has a manufacturer movement. This is a collaboration between Benzinger, which is a German watchmaker that specializes in these sorts of engine turn dials, especially, among other things, and a lot of kind of post-modern Breguet design elements like this. And the movement is provided by the Austrians, Habring 2. So that's why the watch is called Gap 1, German-Austrian Project 1. Or rather, German-Austrian Partnership. That's what it is. It's in stainless steel, quite wearable. I think the case is not that large. I want to say it's 41 millimeters.
How
And
how thick is it?
39 millimeters, and thickness is 11 and a half. Actually, it does look thick, but it's not that thick.
Yeah, it's not terrible. Yeah, it's not terrible, I guess.
Mitch, you're really something else.
Hey, I didn't say anything. I don't know what you're on about. I don't know what you're on. I don't know what's so funny, Lord.
Nothing, man. But tell me this, because I didn't reveal anything else. So it's it's a watch that's customizable. It has this nice pointer date and small seconds. Very nicely decorated dial. Some, you can get it dressier, you can get it sportier like this. How much would you pay for a watch like this? That's clearly, an independent, no name, no recognition, no flexing potential for you, which is very sad.
Well, I mean, what's the ROI? What's the flippability?
I mean, how much would you pay for a watch like this? Stainless steel, everyday wear in a way. Some original.
I'd have to see what the ROI is, but if I just have to shoot a number out here just to make pen to paper, I don't know, 5,000 at most.
Okay, I was expecting even more of a lowball offer, but that sounds reasonable from your perspective. The watch is actually about $12,000.
Okay, so to be fair, I'm not that far off then. Because that watch was probably what, $8,000 to manufacture, if anything.
Well, I mean, I really don't know their costs, but to be frank, I'm pretty sure that those sorts of
look at that, Lord, you don't do that. You don't do that with cheap and nasty leather straps. They're gonna crack. They're gonna crack.
But
they got moisture on them now.
More than that, I thought you were gonna blame them for biting off your style. They're basically inspired by the way you pose your watches, right?
I guess so. Actually, somebody told me I take decent photos on Instagram, which, to be honest with you, I maybe take 5 minutes to do a photo, and I'm like Arch, I just take 10, 12 photos, and then I just dig through them and figure out which one's the best, and then slap an Instagram filter on it and kick it out the door.
Yeah, it's I mean, it's actually quite decent. I mean, your photographs, your likes and followers would not say so, but you do have a decent feed, I have to say.
It's hard. It's hard trying to get rich quick off of Instagram.
It is really hard. I mean, I have been struggling myself quite a bit, so I've kind of hit a brick wall at around 1,300 myself. I can't gain any more followers, and I'm kind of suspecting that maybe I should go the way of the original OC and shave my arm hair. Do you think that would gain me more followers for the wrist shots?
You know what? Funny enough, I used to follow a guy. His Instagram actually got taken down for some reason, but I used to follow a guy, and this is long before I got into watches. He was big into knives. Like he would do like a knife review for I don't know, like micro brand companies, and like his trademark was always having like his left arm completely shaven because that's how you would do his test. You know, that would be a test. He's like, oh, it's got to pass the arm hair test, and he'd always have this bare spot on his forearm. And that became his his trademark. I forgot. He was witty about it. He did something with his name tag that involved, it was like the hairless forearm guy or something like that. I can't remember, but yeah, it's certainly an interesting trademark.
Yeah, I kind of like this watch. The famous Havana dial by F. Pigeon.
I know somebody else who used to have an F. Pigeon, and then allegedly they just allegedly it was stolen, but they say it was left on a park bench.
Did they ever? If something gets stolen before it gets to you, did you ever have it? I'm not trying to ask a philosophical question. Just trying to figure out the nuance.
I don't know. I that's not the type of question for me to answer, Lord. All I can say is the watch gods definitely had a different plan, and the watch gods said enough, unacceptable, and we're not going to allow it to happen. So
if the watch falls on a park bench, does it make a sound? Yeah, man. This is man. This was
wonder how that GoFundMe's going.
I don't know. No comments. No, I don't even know what you're talking about, honestly, Mitch. I mean, who's that?
Oh, well, I mean, it's a allegedly self-proclaimed YouTube celebrity.
Okay, it's one of one of those people.
You used to have a contract with Bob's Watches, but then mysteriously got dropped.
Ooh, that's a shame. I like Bob's Watches. I think they have. Speaking of which, they have a cool Instagram, I think.
Do they? I don't know. Bob's Watches, I find, is like, I don't know. They're about on average. They're about $4,000 to $5,000 over par.
Oh hell yeah! Of course, of course. I mean,
Speaking of over par, though, did you see on everyone's favorite overpriced gray market dealer, DVSW, they have a fucking Explorer 2 from, I think it's 2000. I think it's 2010. I could be wrong. Allegedly unworn for $14,500, black dial.
That's crazy. I mean, I think that kind of thing would be unconscionable even last March, and I don't know what they're trying to do at this point in time.
They're delusional fantasists, Lord. They're delusional fantasists. I mean, look, okay, so it's like 13 something before your tax, right? Now everyone says, oh, these are stupid that make you pay tax. Well, if you're going to buy that shit out of the state or out of the state of Florida, excuse me, you're paying the taxes, whether you like to or not. But even then, I think this watch, I mean, on Onwarn Explorer 2 is worth 10,000 max, 8,000 at fair price. You know, I think that's what it should realistically be at. But you know, far be it from me to put pen to paper.
Well, you know me, Meech. I have I wouldn't know what to do with an unworn watch. To be honest, I don't understand the concept. For me, I like older stuff. You know that's on cheap and nasty leather straps, ideally.
So you
I
like
don't even know.
your watches like you like your women, you know? A little mileage on the tread.
No comments. No comments.
I mean, look, jokes aside, I mean, look, I would entertain the idea of buying that Explorer 2, but not at 14,000 out the door. Like that's fucking insane.
Mm-hmm. Now look at these. These are beautiful.
Classic. You know, they got the rapper's jewelry on the right hand, but you know what? It's acceptable because it looks to be on a lady's wrist. But yeah, classic.
I don't know, man. I mean, look, do you want to compare that with some of your wrist shots? And
I don't know what you're talking about.
we can have, like, you know, one of yours, one of this, and we'll try to ask, you know, which one is Meech and which one is
You know, you got to understand they live in a fairly cold state, so you know it's always cold out. You know, the shrinkage.
Does your wrist shrink, Meech? Is that what you're saying when it's cold?
Yeah, that is in fact, yeah, that is the true statement.
Okay. I like this thing we have going on today. This I love the Oyster quartz, man. Look at, I mean, I've talked a bunch of shit about quartz watches, but the integrated bracelet version of the Oyster, I'm kind of into it. What do you think about it as a piece of design? Forget about the movement inside it for a little bit.
Yeah, I was gonna say as soon as I hear the word quartz, I tune out. But as far as like the integrated bracelet style, I think it definitely is unique. It's very, I don't know. It's just something about it. Like you said, it's a nice configuration. It's just a nice chunk of steel that you got going all the way around. Essentially, everything looks like it flows nice.
Actually, you know what? This is actually one of those. I think the reference number is 1530. I'm just glimpsing the dial, which says Oyster Perpetual. This is like a very rare reference where you have that design and actually a self-winding movement inside it. So this is a pretty rare bird, kind of a unicorn, but it is actually an automatic movement rather than the usual quartz. The reference is called 1530. Let's see if they have any on Chrono 24. And
I was actually going to pick up a PXR today. Actually, they had run them all for wasn't too bad of a price.
Yeah, this is not too bad either. I mean, the dial is tropical, let's say.
It's going to hit that perfect, whatchamacallit, spider dial. It's going to be very, very limited edition, very unique.
Yeah, unfortunately, those Oyster Perpetual dates with the integrated bracelets are insanely priced these days, but they are extremely rare and very unique as a piece of design from Rolex. I mean, you usually find these Oyster quartz date justs with the integrated version of the Oyster bracelet, Oyster quartz date justs again, and dates with the integrated version of the Jubilee bracelet, which I really don't like. And then you have the Oyster Quartz day dates, of course, like the Michael Caine that's sold last year early.
Piss off, you wanker.
That has, of course, the president's bracelets in the integrated version, which is kind of a cool look too. Yeah, but I mean, look, that's one thing I do like about. I was saying Bob's Watches has a decent Instagram feed. You know, sometimes they put cool things like that. Initially, I thought it was one of the Oyster Quartz date justs, and it turns out it's reference 1530. And
Oh
you
shit,
know,
my
it-
mic was on then.
it took us in a different direction. I thought you added that for the dramatic effect. Libro Grande says, I recently got an 1530. Well, wear it in good health, man. It's a great watch. It's a great watch. It has a Reho with minute markers on reauthorization, not dial. Okay. Inclined Reho with minute markers. Okay, I think it's one of the ones that we saw on. I mean, it's like one of the ones that we saw on, like this, on Chrono 24. I think that's what Libro Grande is telling us. That's what he's describing.
You know, I used to, and sometimes I still do. I used to toy with the idea of just being able to buy it like one of those shitty ass garbage date justs that you can pick up for like $2,200 on the heavy end, and just use it to beat the shit out of. But now they're still a little high right now. They're about like three and a quarter, 3.5, somewhere in the wheelhouse. But yeah, I think that's what they're perfectly designed for. Is kind of throwaway watches.
Yeah, I mean, I have an date just that I got for $32.50 or something right at the beginning of the pandemic that I love wearing, and on the Jingly Jangly Jubilee, on a leather band. It's a great all-rounder, a great all-rounder, something that you can wear for the everyday bang about, classically sized.
See, I don't know. I guess I'm kind of I'm out of ideas, more or less. Now that I'm done buying watches, now I'm just kind of shotgunning into the air, and I'm all over the place now, Lord. One day I'm entertaining the idea of a Tudor. The other time I'm entertaining the idea of buying my Seamaster back again. Other times I just want to buy a solid rose gold GMT. So, because everybody knows, actually, contrary to popular belief, despite Ozzy's propaganda, everyone knows that GMT wearers are superior. We are the master watch wearers of the watch world.
He kind of trolled you the right way, I think. This insistence on the GMT being the most useful complication. I think it's an interesting take. You think the GMT is the most useful complication?
Yeah, no, 100%. And much to Alan's dismay, unfortunately, an Explorer 2 is not a real GMT. It's a half breed, if you will. So it does not deserve to fully sit at the table of royals. But yeah, no, I think the GMT is the most valuable complication.
Interesting. Look, I mean, you have been plotting to get your Seamaster back or get a Seamaster exactly like that for a while now. So that can be in the offing, certainly.
Yeah, I long story short, I called my Omega rep and they offered me one for what the fuck, 4,468 out the door. So the exact configuration I had. I don't know. I don't know if I really want to. I don't know. It's tempting. Put it that way.
Don't you have enough watches with the GMT function to get another one? Are we talking about the so-called root beer in full gold at this point?
Yeah, but so the root beer and full rose gold, I've seen it a couple times, and I even had the opportunity to purchase it once. The thing is, though, I think that's a watch that I'll I'll fold my hand real quick and say the root beer is better. It's by far better. The blend of rose gold and steel, it's a better watch. But when you look at the full rose gold GMT and you see it in person, it definitely is different. It has a fuck you effect. And everyone says, "Oh, I want a rose gold sub," or maybe not everyone, but a small portion of people say, "I want a rose gold sub." And I think this is about as close as you're going to get. And I think it's definitely an obscure piece. Now, it's not something I would buy. At least I don't think I would buy it brand new. I think this is a piece you'd have to find used about if you can, and I don't see why this wouldn't be possible. But anywhere from $3,000 to $5,000 under retail. Yes, it's going to be used, but with something like this, you almost got to buy it used because you're going to lose your ass if you buy it at retail.
Honestly, I mean, I think just a note on that, not necessarily on your purchase, but I think we are not too far from a return to the days where it was customary to ask for a discount on a precious metal Rolex from your authorized dealer. Because essentially, I mean, in olden times, you were doing a favor to your retailer, right? By taking a precious metal Rolex off their hands. And that has changed very quickly in the post-pandemic environment. But I think ultimately we are going to go back to that. Maybe not this year necessarily, perhaps already by the end of this year, but I don't think we are too far away. So it's not, from that perspective, it's not unfair or unrealistic to think that you should be able to get this soon enough on the secondary markets for less than the list price, which is what, 40,000 now? 40,600.
So yeah, by the time you're walking out the door, you're probably looking at 43, 870, somewhere in there.
Which is a lot of a lot of dough for a single watch. That's not really much of anything special, at least not for me. I mean, it's, again, far be it from me, but I don't know, I feel like it's a little too much. I've been, again, I criticize a lot of brands for creeping up in the mid-range, but that usually happens as a kind of after effect / trickle down of how much the big four have been inflating their own prices on a yearly basis, on a twice yearly basis. How many times did Omega, for example, increase their prices last year? 6 times or something?
But that's not fair. I mean, it's not fair to put Omega on the spot because their fan base is completely stupid, to be honest with you.
Oh,
I mean, I don't blame Omega for trying to fleece the punters. You know why? Because they had people running out there, trampling over toddlers, pushing over old ladies, just to pay $1,000 for a fake Speedmaster made out of cheap Chinese plastic. All right. Now, if I'm Omega and I look at that, I'm gonna say, screw it, screw it. You know what? The real Speedmaster is going to cost you $2,500 extra. I mean, you're willing to pay $1,200 for a Chinese-made one. Why not? Why not? I mean, Omega has nobody to blame but themselves. They're the ones who jumped up their own price.
I love Omega fans. I love you guys. Don't get angry at me. It's just Meech.
Oh, and another thing, Omega fanboys. Okay, another thing. If you have to have a PowerPoint presentation and an excuse put in the chamber as to why Omega is better than Rolex, you already lost the conversation. All right, the watch should do all the speaking for you. I love the Omega fanboys. The Seamaster does all this. Here, let me pull up the specs. Nah, my guy, you lost. You lost. Sit down with your broke ass.
I'm dying here, man. So you don't buy into the argument that because they have the coaxial escapement, they produce a better watch, that Omega makes a better watch than Rolex?
No. Do you see the Paddock fanboys run up to Richard Mille saying, "Well, we've been around the longest. You know, we got all the specs here." No. They sit down, they shut the fuck up when a Richard Mille guy shows up in the room. All right. If your watch can't do that, then your watch is inferior.
Yeah, but speaking of which, yes, this has by now, even on the overpriced Chrono 24, platform fees and all, this has fallen basically right at the retail, like MSRP level right now. So in a couple of months, it's not unrealistic to see it for less than that. And probably even now, with some wheeling and dealing and with some haggling, you can get it for probably 37.5, let's say, maybe a little less.
Yeah, but that brings me to my next point here. Would you rather spend close to 30,000 for a Yachtmaster or Daytona in solid gold? Take your pick on a rubber strap, and just, or would you rather spend the 37,000 and get a solid chunk of gold?
Actually, I mean, are you asking about my personal preference, or are you trying to force me into an objective?
No. It's just strictly. It really comes down to what you prefer, I guess. I mean, does the average punter really want to spend or shell out $30,000 for rubber, or would they rather have the gold? I mean, basically, I get it's subjective, but I mean that's the way I'm kind of viewing it.
Honestly, I think when it comes to a sports watch, I'm not even gonna recite my collection and why I wouldn't want another GMT, but I would very much prefer a white gold Daytona over, on Oyster Flex, or the older references used to have it on the leather strap, matching folding clasp, over something like this that is on a full bracelet. I would actually prefer it. It's sportier. It's a little more muted. A little easier to wear. I think it's just a cooler watch, honestly. A Daytona on Oyster Flex compared to the Root Beer GMT.
Yeah, man. Yeah, so cool, man.
You're not buying that. Well, I mean, look. By the way, a lot of the full gold Daytonas have started going to the 30,000 level, like the racing dial versions. Again, earlier generations. So if you do want something like that, for example, something like this.
I actually quite like the blue dial variant of this one.
Yeah, The blue dial will be a little more expensive, but that's still probably going to be cheaper than the 126715, the new root beer. Yeah, so let's see. We can maybe find the blue dial.
See, I just never got into the Daytonas. I think it's because it's a chronograph. I know it's kind of a crutch there itself, but obviously I'm not a big fan of chronographs in general, but I still own one just for namesakes. But yeah, I just never really got into Daytonas. Never saw the hype. I mean, I get the hype from an ROI perspective, but I just never saw the hype of them as a casual enthusiast.
No, I can see that. I thought that was a blue dial earlier, but it was just black from a certain angle. But yeah, you see the current reference of 116509 has fallen already to that same level as well, to 38. 39 rather, let's be fair.
Round up 40.
And that's what we were seeing the GMT Master 2s that you were looking at.
Exactly. But the GMT is the more valuable complication. It does more. And not to mention the GMT can actually get wet. So
I mean, come on. Now you're just pushing it. I mean, we can have fun, but don't tell me that the GMT Master is, forget about, you were just criticizing Omega fanboys for getting into functionality and PowerPoint presentations about specs. Forget that. A Daytona is always going to be hotter than a GMT Master. There's not even a question. I mean, again,
well, I never said it wasn't hotter. I'm just saying the GMT is more practical, it's more functional. I mean, shit. I mean, by the time you're going to bake your muffins or whatever, your muffins are already burnt. You got to unscrew the crowns, Lord. You got to unscrew the crowns.
How many different time zones in the Midwest, my friend?
Oh well, it depends actually, quite frankly.
How many
or Minnesota?
How many different time zones in the flyover country?
Well, it depends. If you're on the border, I mean, technically, you can have two different time zones. Of course, it's Midwestern time. It doesn't exactly register officially, but yeah, we have multiple time zones.
Yeah, I mean, look, I love a 24-hour hand. I think yes, especially on the GMT Master. Technically, you can tell the time at a glance in 3 different time zones, which is great. But I don't know. I think they're both really toys at the end of the day. Let's be honest. Like most days, if you use a chronograph, maybe it's for cooking, maybe it's for fidgeting around, maybe it's to, time your parking meter or something like that. And same thing with the GMT, I mean, it's on most days, unless you are actually traveling, doing international business, etc. I mean, between the East Coast and the West Coast, they're just 3 hours. So I'm sure anyone with an intelligence higher than room temperature, with an IQ higher than room temperature, can figure that out very quickly in their head without the help of a watch. Hey, Gundog, how are you doing, man? Thomas wants me to show you the new Seiko speed timer chrono. I'm sure you'll love this.
Oh, I think I've seen these.
Did you?
Yeah, I've seen one variant of this. So I've seen the blue and black dial one. It's actually quite nice. I'll admit. I mean, what do I think? I think it's something you find in the pawn shop, honestly.
Oh, John D, it's actually the opposite of subjective preference. So John D is asking me, explain to me in objective terms why the Daytona is more desirable. Because Daytonas all across the board sell for more on the secondary market than GMT Masters do, especially the stainless steel ones. So if you ask my personal preference, you can just look at my watch box, which has a GMT Master, a GMT Master 2, and an Explorer 2, which are all Rolex GMT watches and no Rolex Daytona. So I wasn't talking about my personal preference at all. Objective terms, which are, unfolded by the market, a Daytona is more desirable than GMT Master. I mean, that's just a simple fact. You saw the blue dial version of this, you said?
Mm-hmm. I seen somebody dump it off on a Facebook group. I think he dumped it off for like $200. I think it's, from a design wise, I think it looks nice. I mean, what do these go for retail?
Oh, I mean, I don't know what all of them go for, but this is apparently a new blacked out limited edition, etc. And it's a pretty penny, actually. I mean, it's 3,000, I think. Yeah.
Oof. I don't know. Maybe there was one that was very similar to this design wise. I'm sure it probably had a very different movement and everything else on it. But interesting.
Yeah. But let's see what. I think other speed timers are not too expensive, actually. I mean, if we're talking about the solar versions, which do exist, but which are a little different looking, right? The Panda version of theirs is the solar, and that's relatively cheaper, I think. Let me see. It may have been the solar. But you said it was a blue dial. The solar has a.
It was like a teal. Like, dare I say, it was like the Platona. It was like the Platona blue. Hey, Lloyd, you know what the Platona is?
I don't know. You tell me. Tell me. Is that the extent of your impression? Come on.
I just don't have it in me right now.
Give me something more. Oh, it's this, I think, maybe. Huh?
Yeah, there's that. Yeah.
Okay, how much?
I think it looks nice, actually.
I think it is a nice looking watch, and that is an automatic, which is but that's a $3,000 watch as well. Yeah. The automatic ones are 2-register with date at 6 o'clock, and then the quartz or solar powered ones are 3-register with the date between 4 and 5.
I don't know. Then maybe I was completely off. But yeah, I see a couple of them every now and then just pop up, and they typically go not for, I don't know. I guess I don't really pay that much attention then.
Well, I mean, look, I hope he didn't lose that much. Getting it at almost 3,000 and having to offload it at a couple of, or at a few.
I'm sure. You know what? He probably offloaded it for 2,000, something like that. I don't know. I just really don't pay that much attention to Seikos. I mean, there's so many of them that pop up on a regular basis on any feed. It's hard to keep track of all the numbers.
It's hard. It's hard.
It's hard. It's no big deal. Oh, speaking of it, speaking of no big deal, I guess. But
what's up?
Yeah, no, I told you. Yeah, No, I told you. I mean, this could be a story for after the stream. But yeah, I told you that my friend got kicked out of the paddock dealer, right? Yeah, like I told you about that.
Ooh, yeah. I heard that, but I mean, again, we don't need to go into details, but my take on that was that unfortunately it's not a unique experience. Maybe not to the point of getting kicked out, but like the idea that you get a cold shoulder from a snooty Patek Philippe or Audemars Piguet dealer is unfortunately very common.
Yeah, no. Well, I mean, you even get that from Rolex reps. I mean, it's
Oh yeah, hell yeah, yeah.
it's fairly common. I remember people. I mean, people are getting it from Swatch. People are getting it from Swatch. So I mean, it's it's kind of the new norm, if you will.
Yeah. I mean, it's again, I think the new normal in the watch market is changing back pretty pretty quickly. So I hope they are not getting too comfortable in that idea that they can treat their customers like that.
Yeah, I don't know, but there's there's a lot of funny details in that story. But I don't know. Perhaps that's. I mean, there's nothing inappropriate. It's just I don't know. It's funny hearing it from her perspective now that I actually sat down and talked to her about it. But I digress.
Yeah, we'll go back to that. We'll go back to that. Yeah, I mean, this is, by the way, I think in the Seiko Prospect series, since we have St. Peter in the chat, I think we do at least. We have the same movement. I mean, Seiko has a different name, I think, for it, but the caliber that is used here, the SR46, whether it's that teal dial or the blacked out version that I showed, is the same as the chronograph movements that you see in Chrono Tokyo, which is Hajime Asoka's diffusion brand, sort of.
I mean, 6 and 1 is all the same garbage. It's literally a Grand Seiko. They just don't put Grand on top of the dial. Like, I mean, Lord, if we're being serious here, if we're being serious, no, if we're being serious here, I think Grand Seiko should announce the end of the year, 2023. They should announce we are no longer going to sell cheap Seikos anymore. Get fucked. We are closing. We are folding the Seiko brand into Grand Seiko because nobody's buying our fucking garbage ass products. We cannot upcharge anymore. So we're gonna fold Seiko into Grand Seiko, and we're gonna just start charging. We're gonna demand $10,000 on average for watches. I think that's the best route for them to do. Best route for them to do. I mean, you already get the same finish and quality on a fucking Prospect. I mean, come on.
No, it's not. They're not the same. Come on, man.
I guarantee it. I mean, look at the Presage line. It's the same shit. The same fucking shit.
Yeah, these are pretty nice. I like the design elements on Chrono Tokyo's chronographs a little more than those Seiko ones, and they're also smaller.
These are great. I think they only do what, 3,000 a year, or
Yeah,
3,000 per a limited edition, if you will.
It's pretty limited, and quite frankly, they do runs like pretty often too. It's not, I think they do it maybe twice a year rather than once. like with different dials, different designs, so they don't replicate it too much.
I remember when they did their Tiffany, or their version of a Tiffany. It was only females were allowed to buy it.
Not
So I
exactly
thought that was
true, but
interesting.
I do remember that they had this sort of tiered categories, like, you know, they gave priority to female customers to get it first, and then, you know, then made it available to everyone else. I remember I think it was kind of silly.
The question would be though, like, how many ladyboys actually snuck in on that deal?
Oh, Jesus. Please don't say stuff like that. But yeah, this was the very last one that they sold, you know, kind of confirming my whole shtick about, like, you know, salmon is the new blue, that everyone has to release a salmon dial watch or a copper dial watch before the end of the year, you know, or they're doomed. So they had a run of these before the
You know, I
year.
hope to see more blood red dials like that IWC that just got released. I hope to see more blood red dials. Or the FP Joint, I mean, not the FP Joint, the Parmigiani Lufiare. You know, I'd love to see a wave of blood red dials. Like, it's such an underrated, unused dial. I think it's phenomenal. We need to see more of it in 23. I gotta admit though, this strap looks cheap as fuck though. It really does look like it's made in China.
You're in rare form today, man. I don't even know how to respond to you at this point. You know, I mean, they make pretty good stuff in China, you know, not just cheap and nasty stuff. But do I really need to say this to you, Mitch?
I mean, I could say something incredibly way off of left field because it's a family friendly program. So
thank you, I appreciate that. Yeah, the speaking of salmon colored stuff, they GP Gérard Perregaux released this copper dial reduced size Laureato, which, as you know, is a shameless copy of the Royal Oak, but somehow,
God, it looks like a fucking turd. I'm sorry, but it does. It looks like a turd. I hope it looks better in real life than it does in the pictures. I mean, that looks more mustard yellow than anything.
It does look nice in real life, and I like the fact that they actually matched it with a pink gold 18 karat rotor weight as well, which is just you know, rhodium plated in their usual fare. But you know, it was never a watch that caught me quite, and recently all they are doing is to release it with hype colors, you know, like a green dial, this kind of copper salmon dial, and whatever else. So not really my thing, but that's what I was trying to say with the whole salmon dial craze. Of course, Revolution magazine did a collaboration with Parmigiani. They called Serenissima, the Tonda PF with the salmon dial like this, which sold out almost instantly.
See, that actually looks a lot better though than the GP.
Yeah, I mean, look, I think Parmigiani Fleurier is just it's a higher segment than today's Gérard Perregaux, pure and simple.
Oh,
I mean,
for sure.
I don't even think that there's much to hash out there. And I do agree with you, by the way, that, you know, I think we need we need more brands that should make deep red dials. I like this one too. Yes, Meech was actually talking about this stunning piece that won the Women's Watch Award in the Grand Prix just this last year. Where are we? There we go.
No, that's not this one. This one's I mean, don't get me wrong, this one's nice, but it's got that nice grape dial. But no, I'm not talking about this one. I'm talking about the China annual calendar one. Was it the China or Japan market one?
Oh, you mean this?
That one. Yeah.
Okay.
Look at that blood red dial. Look at that.
Oh, you meant this. Okay. Yeah, this is a very nice color as well.
I mean, don't get me wrong. I like the other one, the ladies one. That's got the trademark the NARC plum color. But yeah, this one's nice.
Hey JB, how are you doing, man?
Hey, what's going on?
Good. You came to balance things out, I guess.
Yeah, I guess.
Bring balance to the force.
Which watch was it that they kind of sprang upon you and offered you quickly?
I don't know. It depends on which dealer we're talking about. When was this?
Oh, this one. They offered
the Parmigiani.
Oh, you're talking about Parmigiani. So so the GMT they offered me, and then they offered me the standard Parmigiani.
All right.
The most useful complication, as you were saying.
Yeah, of
right?
course. I mean, Ozzy doesn't want to hear it, but you know what? Ozzy's in denial as well. So I mean, delusional fantasies. I mean, he's trying to get free merch off of Rubber B 6 months down the line. You know.
But that would have been just like a impulse buy for you, though, right?
Not necessarily. I thought about this watch before I got the date.
Mm-hmm. Oh, Thomas has an interesting idea here, and this shouldn't be too far from truth, because as you know, one of our friends here was given a nice leather belt with his purchase of the overseas dual time that had the famous Maltese cross as the belt buckle. So maybe Parmigiani should get into that business too, and make belts with the matching PF logo as the buckle.
That wouldn't be so bad, except for it's the cross.
I was about to say, did they give him like
it's like 3/4 of the buckle's like 3/4 of the cross is.
Oh, it was the same. It was the same. Same thing they use for the pin buckle for the watch straps. Exact same logo. Exact same half Maltese cross as the belt buckle.
I'm not gonna
lie. Have you ever
seen?
Like... Go on.
No, I was saying it was a nice looking belt.
Yeah, and I think it comes out of their collaboration because Richemont owns this Italian leather accessories brand based in Milano called Serapian, and a lot of the special leather straps that they have, especially the ones that they give with the overseas, they're made by them. And I think so was that belt. I haven't seen that in person, so I can't really say for sure. But if it's made in Italy, I'm guessing it's the Richemont connection.
So
Excuse
John D, the vintage one you said.
It looks good. It looks great. John D is an Omega fan,
Oh, is
so
he?
he's not into
No Daytonas.
the Daytonas that much.
Yeah, I got to be honest. I've gone totally flaccid.
You what?
Said I got to be honest. I've gone totally flaccid looking at that Daytona. Sorry.
Why's that?
You sure? You sure it's not? You sure it's not? It's not your ED, Big Mitch. I don't know.
I mean, no. I think it looks nice. I do. I just yeah, no. It
Stainless.
is what it is. It is what it is. It's not modern though. Unfortunately, it's not modern.
No.
No, I mean, I like it better for that reason. But going back to this, going back to
You
this,
love it.
This piece, I think it's a look. I mean, speaking of complication, etc., I think this is a very well executed piece. I do already like a lot about this design in that particular segment. You know, the way the lugs connect to the case. Unlike the Professor, I actually quite love the fluted bezel because it's so much finer than a lot of what you see. You know, that glint of platinum, that cold glint of platinum that you get on the bezel is quite cool too. And you know, as you see, they have those pink gold accents with the local time hand, with the rattrapante pusher, and also
Single
you know
pusher chronograph.
no. The rattrapante simply means you know, that's what they translate as splits in English. But what they did original in this particular piece is, as you can see in that little animation they had on the website, when you basically can jump hours with that pusher at 8 o'clock, and then the pusher on the crown allows you to actually bring it back home.
That's right.
Right? So that's what they mean with rattrapante.
Yeah. It's like the reset.
Back. Yeah. It basically, that's the reset button on the GMT, which brings together the local time, which you can play, and home time. And apparently, I was seeing it on the Watch Outlets page.
My Aquaterra has that function where the jumping hour, and it's great. Like when you're setting the watch, you know, you don't have to turn quite as much. It's just very, very quick.
Like, look at this. This is how fine they cut these things. Like, you can barely catch a glimpse of that pink gold hand in reflection there that is hiding right under the default hour hand.
They did a nice job with this one.
Yeah, it's a very well executed piece. I mean, it again, you know, it might seem a little outside of the usual suspects, but if you like the design of the Tonda PF, and if you are into that GMT complication, as you know, and Big Meech countersigns it as the most useful complication, you might want to look into this. And it has that nice micro rotor movement with the matching pink gold micro rotor, whereas in the time and date versions you have the platinum rotor, platinum micro rotor. So it's kind of cool as a little detail.
For sure. Yeah, I mean, the super high-end watches have that you know, micro rotor. trying to think. The pet, which Patek have that?
Anything that has the caliber 240, for example, the 5712 would have the micro rotor movement.
Yeah.
Let's see. Of course. What game are you playing, Meech?
What? What do you mean, what game?
I don't know. There's some scream or something coming, feeding into
Oh,
the
yeah. No, I see over at my mom's place. I have a nuisance. I have a bit of a rodent problem. So I have a cat here, and this cat's in heat. So
Oh, that's the
it
cat
squeaks and
that's
talks
purring. Yeah.
I thought it might have been
yeah,
Cute.
an animal.
this
That
fucker
is-
doesn't shut up.
Yeah, I mean, with so much love in Meech's heart, I just couldn't imagine it was a sentient being, but I guess it is. Yeah, I thought it was, from some sort of cell phone game, but
No, I shit you not. So, make a long story short here, she caught a mouse one time and brought it into my bed. Keep in mind this is like at 4:30 in the morning, and then drops it when I wake up. So I had to, I basically had to start my morning off that way. It's basically flipping my bed over and emptying all the sheets and everything else just to find a damn mouse.
Wow.
well, at least it's doing the work, right?
Yeah, I mean, don't get me wrong. I'm not going to complain, but I just don't want the fucker in my bed with a mouse at 4:30 in the morning.
The
I
last
guess-
living thing besides Meech in the bed was a mouse.
Yeah, I mean, she has this annoying habit where she knows how to catch the mouse, she just doesn't know how to eat it.
Oh, I
Done
think
it
they
a
play with
couple
it
times,
for
actually.
it's kind of a toy for a while.
Well, I mean, yeah, I understand that. I mean, one time she came into the kitchen and then dropped it on my foot, and I watched it scurry underneath the fridge, and then she looked at me like I was supposed to do something about it.
Yeah, I think, a lot of predators act like that as well. It's just they want to show it off, right? They're proud of it to begin with, especially if it's an animal that considers you kind of, or considers itself your understudy in a way. So she probably wanted some sort of affirmation minimally by bringing it to you.
It is what it is. It's a nuisance.
Yeah, this is a little bit I had written on the caliber 240. Well, talking about this Patek Philippe Generations ad. And this is a very early advertisement for the 5712, the Nautilus moon phase, which is an immediate descendant of 3712, which came out in 2005 and was almost immediately replaced by this model. And even though there's an argument to be made about 3710, the black dial, applied Roman numerals, and power reserve indicator, as the first complicated Nautilus, I would say it was the ancestor of this 5712 that was the first authentically complicated Nautilus with the moon phase indicator and everything that goes with it.
If you look at like the world time though, with was it 520, 28, 520 movement, it's got the full rotor, so it's just some of theirs.
Oh yeah, I mean, micro rotor. Look, I mean, Patek doesn't use it all across the board. I mean, it has its in-house chronograph movements like the one this one has, which is the CH28 base. It has the in-house hand-wound chronograph movements, which were introduced with the 5170. Where is that? I just wrote about this as well on this Instagram.
And that wouldn't have one at all, right?
Say that again. Yeah, I mean, yes, no rotor on the hand-wound one. And then, of course, this was the 5170, which was built on a CH29. And of course, then they have their simple, let's go to the new Nautilus reference they introduced. They have their simple full rotor self-winding, which is based on I think they have a new number now. It's like 26-330, but I think that is based on, I think it was 324 or 330, whatever it was called. 324 SC, I think that's what it was called previously. I don't think they changed much on top of that from that movement to this one.
Those cufflinks were an add-on.
Yeah, but I mean, I feel like, sometimes I like those cufflinks, especially the ellipse ones, better than the watches themselves, honestly.
I know.
I'm not a huge
Royal
fan
Oak one that has the
Nautilus.
octagonal.
Yeah, that too. Again, I think I like,
I think Omega does cufflinks, don't they? I know they make those stupid ass belts.
No, a lot of these brands do stuff like that with at least once every so often as gifts, but a lot of the high-end brands do sell it more and more recently.
That's an automatic fanboy ticket, I think. That's a little much, having the belts.
Some companies don't want to do the belts, like Hermes. Like the Hermes belt looks clean, right?
Oh yeah.
But the Omega belt looks fucking retarded. I'm sorry. It's just like this giant unicorn or this horseshoe on your belt. Like, it looks dumb as hell.
What happened to you today, Meech?
Look, the line was very long at the theater, okay? I didn't have my Dr. Scholl's in, so I had to stand there for about 20 to 30 minutes.
So if you went in there and you said, "Can I get some cufflinks?" I saw these on your website. How would that go, Lord?
For Patek would happily sell you cufflinks. I think that's basically the only thing they would sell to a first-time customer.
That's how you build the journey.
Related to the Nautilus.
They said we actually sell them in dozens, Meech.
They might pull some bullshit like that. I wouldn't be surprised.
Need you to buy the complete set. The complete set.
And these have pearls on them.
But yeah, I'm a big fan of the golden ellipse anyways, but I also love the cufflinks that go with it. I find them very tasteful, muted, and in a way you can, but look at this. This is something that was sold in an auction. I think it was like a full set with a matching ring as well.
Because I think, what do they come out each time with the watch?
Say that again.
I mean, do they come out with the cufflinks that are similar to the dial pattern? So, like you saw some of those lines. I'm wondering if this was one of the older ones from the original. So that was 1990.
Yeah, I mean, not necessarily. I mean, I think they have, with the new Ellipse, they did release new cufflinks. So I think they have the cufflinks go with the new reference of the Golden Ellipse that they have in their catalog today. But I don't know if they just habitually come out with cufflinks that that match watches. But I know they have cufflinks with the Calatrava Cross. I know they have cufflinks with the Nautilus dial, or something that takes after the Nautilus dial. John Reardon at Collectability has an entire collection of Golden Ellipse luxury lighters, which I don't even know if they ever sold or gave as gifts or memorabilia, but those were incredibly cool, with either guilloche decorated or enamel set. Incredibly cool. Oh, and then you have the granddaddy of Golden Ellipses right here with.
Oh yeah, is that the Iraq?
Yeah, they literally signed with Saddam's name.
Yeah,
I mean, not to imply that it's his personal watch, right? It's probably something that was gifted by him to someone, with the Iraqi coat of arms and the name Saddam in Arabic inscribed right under the branding.
he's not a good dude. But if you think about him, I mean, no politics here, but he had the two craziest different types of Muslims living in the same country fairly peacefully, and he was very aggressive against terrorists. If he found out there was terrorism or anything that was planned, he went after them the most. So when he was removed, although not being the nicest guy in the world, it was chaotic there for a while,
to say the least. Yeah. Yeah, look, I mean, I'm not gonna. It's a cool watch. I'm not gonna. You're not gonna get any good words about Saddam from me.
No,
I have his rookie card.
That he ruled a country that had Shiite and Sunni Muslims living in the same place in basic normal society, which, if nothing else, he did it with an iron fist too. But
speaking of that, I think that sold. I think there was just this very interesting Sea Dweller with
John D, there's a couple of I don't know if you remember that magazine, Maxim magazine, that talk about his sons and how kind of wicked they were as well.
I was just gonna say, JB, I have his rookie cards, from tops to the limited edition on them.
That watch is kind of like paying homage to him with his name signed on and everything. I can't believe that's not going to like some sort of museum or something where, I mean, it's not the greatest look having that on your wrist.
This apparently used to be Assad's. Speaking of countries where different sects of Muslims live together, this was the Syrian dictator Hafez al-Assad's, aka the senior Sea Dweller. He had a bunch of different Rolexes himself, and also gave them out as gifts too. But this one has his personal signature right above Sea Dweller. Talk about a single red, huh? That's an interesting piece.
Wow.
And he had a very cool Explorer 2 Polar, actually.
The 39 mil.
Yep, the older one. It's actually the 16550. And you can see it, you can almost immediately tell it. One, look at the font of the numerals on the fixed bezel, how boxier and more pointed they are. And look at the dial fixtures and how they have the white gold surrounds rather than the blackened ones. So this is the transitional reference 16550 rather than 16570. And it has, again, Rais Hafez al-Assad, his full name, President Hafez al-Assad. And this was actually sold for, I remember it's not showing up immediately here, but maybe in the 25,000-30,000 or something, maybe 30,000 35,000 including the buyer's premium, something like that, some years back, not too long ago.
So those markers there were what loomed all the way to the end with, is that gold around it?
Yeah, I mean, it's in 16570, it's also gold. It's just they are blackened a certain way. It's also supposed to be white gold.
Significantly different. So when you look directly at this, you kind of see like just the age of the loom, where on the 16570, the black hands, the black, even the tip of the GMT hand, just sticks out so much more. And I think it would probably age better as well.
It depends. I mean, tritium ages in very unique ways. It doesn't always age evenly. It doesn't always age in the same way with all watches. Sometimes, from late 90s, in the 16570 reference where you still have tritium, it's slightly aged. In some others, it has this sort of beautiful contrast, not only with the surrounds, but against the snow white of that dial, against that polar dial. And it can be quite beautiful and somewhat desirable, right? It has a slight premium over ones that have not aged like that. Mine is right around 2000, so it already has the Super Luminova.
Okay.
So it doesn't have this sort of aging. It's, I think, actually, it is my only Rolex watch that has functional loom.
Yeah. So on the did they make the black dial in that version?
Yes, of course. Of course, they made the black dial.
I'm thinking that like over time, the black one is going to look better than this white one.
Personal preference, absolutely. Why not? Speaking of Bob's watches, I think they have one in. Yeah, they have one in the in stock, and it looks actually quite nice. And this is the
actually has nice patina. Yeah.
16550, and it's not, again, of all things they have priced at ridiculous levels. This is not too bad at 9,000 for the cash wire price.
Let's see that bracelet though. That's the deal breaker right there. Let's see that bracelet.
I'm sure it's nasty and jingly jangly, and it's something that the Meech wouldn't want to wear. I can see.
That's with the
box. I've seen that. Yeah, they don't want to show a picture of the bracelet because it's fucked. That's why.
They have one with a more recent service, which I don't know. Did they change the dial? I think they have changed the dial, which is not cool.
Say, Lord, I'll be right back. Someone just asked me what they'd be willing to sell my bluesy for here. So actually, I actually know him. Actually, it's a very interesting guy. So I'll be back.
Okay. All right. Yeah, this transitional reference is interesting. It can be kind of collectible in some forms, when it has the cream dial, especially on the white version. It goes for insane premiums, but in the black dial you can have some decent deals, and it's a great watch. This actually is, I think, 16570, and you can already see the difference, right?
Yep. But I like this. The seconds hand when it goes to the 16570, they make it a little bit thinner, and then the ball has a little bit better, like almost font around it when it's halfway through.
Mm.
So it's not just the.
Yeah, I can see how that can be a problem. Yeah, these ones are pretty rare. Again, it's one of those cases where a defect has kind of aged well and become collectible, right? The way that the dial itself turned into this cream color. But again, I would never pay for that, something like that, at that sort of insane premium, as you can see. I mean, that guy sells such overpriced watches anyways, but
But speaking of going from one generation to another, the 169622, that's a yacht 37 or the yacht 40.
Say that again. What reference number?
169622. So this is one where you can get pretty cheap right now.
Mm.
And the updated version of this, I think is better for, with the blue hand on it, but it's almost a completely different watch to me. And this is in the 5,000 range.
I think the ones that, give me a second. I think this
6,000?
is reduced size, though. I think this is the smaller one.
Right. You'll see the 30. Oh, the 29. Okay.
I think that reference number is the smaller one.
Yeah, I think it's all twos then. Maybe 169222.
I think it's like 1662. I think 16622. I think.
Look it up.
I think this is it.
But this is one where I would not go back a couple of years to save some money to get a GMT, because I just think the newer version of this that's in is it the platinum or platinum?
Platinum is the correct mispronunciation.
Oh, I know.
Well, yes, you're right.
With rhodium dial, I think it's much better than the older ones here.
I think, I really like the rhodium dial on this one. Yachtmaster, I think, is still a very underrated watch. Something that hasn't really found its niche in the Rolex lineup. So, especially on the secondary market, I think there's a good deal. There are a lot of good deals, I should say.
To me, there's something about these where it just doesn't age right. And I don't know if it's the finishing on the outside of the bezel that's kind of like sticking out. But when they changed the seconds hands to light blue and kind of
Mhm.
maybe made the dial darker,
Yeah, the
See,
dial
it's-
is different. You know, the one of the things that Rolex almost always does is when they go from one generation to another, one reference number to another, and sometimes even without changing the reference numbers, um, they change, like, you know, the tint of the dial one almost without fail. So the current reference, which is, I think, this 126622,
that's
you
right.
can find those on the secondary market too, on, you know, quite
Very
decent
close to
deals.
retail, right? Within the same ballpark of retail.
Yeah, the rhodium dial is a little more desirable, I think. So it is very close to retail. The retail is what? I think it's like 12,000 and change plus tax. You know, you are already talking about 14 anyway. So
Yeah, on the sides there, this is one that I've talked about this one before, but if you look at that one picture that has it kind of to the sides,
Yeah.
right there. This is the same shape, kind of the same shape of the Daytona.
Right. The in the modern cases, these are the ones that have kind of curved lugs
Yeah.
that droop down a little bit.
Like
That's
the
right.
sides on them real, yeah,
That's right.
which gives it a good look. I mean, in the GMT or the sub, that's kind of almost like a 90-degree. It has some curve to it as it gets to the top in the end, but these are almost like rounded. And every Daytona has it the same way, where the sides on. Oh, I want to show you
Yeah.
between that picture you saw there and see that.
Yeah.
And here, I'll go get a different a different watch, and you'll see.
Yeah. I mean, the Tudors are much blockier anyways, but you're absolutely right.
So, granted, the Tudor is pronounced where that's kind of a chunky watch to begin with. So I'm not sure that's a fair comparison, but you can see how the sides on it are not a 90-degree
Of course.
kind of straight down here. I don't know if that comparison showed anything, but
Well, I mean, like, we can show it like this. Like, for example, if we go to like current sub, let's see.
look at all those pave dials.
Or let's go to GMT Master. Let's see if we can find a nice profile picture. No, not on this one. You see how it's almost perfectly straight?
And I think it still looks great. It's just a different look.
Yeah. No, I mean I like the Yachtmaster and Daytona case. I think it's a little bit more sleek, a little bit more elegant. I think the proportions of the case, especially in the Daytona, are to me much more attractive. But then again, it's just a
But
matter of personal preference.
it's interesting though. If you think about your 5-digit GMT, is thinner than the ones they have today.
Yeah, for sure. For sure. I mean, it's there are also references. Well, GMT Master is even more that way, but there are 5-digit references that are even thinner, like 16700. That's even thinner than mine, which is 16710. 16760, which they used to call quote unquote fat lady, and is now more politically correctly called Sophia Loren. Those were a little thicker. Yeah. John D says the same thing. Give me 16760. That's the so-called Sophia Loren.
So I think the Rolex, if they want to blow everybody's mind this year, so they bring back the Coke with the ceramic bezels, not on the left-hand drive nonsense, but in a traditional fashion, and maybe get rid of the left-hand drives. Like, just don't make those anymore.
Well, I mean, that will be, if they don't make those anymore, that they will give a field day to, secondhand car salesmen. I mean, secondhand watch salespeople. So I hope they continue to make it for a little while. Although I think you have your instincts in the right place. I think the VTNR, the so-called Sprites, the left-hand drive GMT is not here to stay forever. I think ultimately it is going to get discontinued. If they introduce one more color to that GMT Master range for the bezel insert, I really think the new combination, the green and black, won't be the first one to go. I think the earliest would be the first one to go, if you know what I mean. So it's BLNR that's going to be discontinued probably if they introduce a new color. But again, that's just an educated guess. It's not a leak. I'm not even trying to, predict it necessarily. But if they are actually introducing a new color combination to that, 24-hour bezel, I think they would discontinue the so-called Batman, the black and blue, before they get to the VTNR, before they get into green and black. But yeah, I like this particular combination. Again, I'm not too hot on ceramic bezels, but I do like what they do in the contemporary lineup that distinguishes it from what has come before. I think that should be the way to go for Rolex and for any watch brand, really. I mean, there's no reason to rehearse, things that you have done in the past. It's so much better, so much more interesting to look forward.
I was looking at the prices of these 5-digit ones, and you may be able to get these for $10,000 maybe by the end of the year.
Say it again.
I think for the GMT Master 2s, the 16710. I mean, they're between 12 and 14 right now, 12, 15.
Yeah, 16760, disregard that because that usually has a premium, but these, they have already dipped quite a bit. I think you can find, you can find some of them. Again, not in tip-top shape. The bezel is stretchy, but it does have the box and papers, which is not a bad option. It's not a bad thing. It has an extra bezel insert, and it's already 10 and a half. So probably you're not too far off. By the end of the year, you can probably find one in good condition around that price. No doubt.
I was thinking maybe the Black Explorer or this Coke.
It's a matter of taste more than use, because I think if you ask me, I would go with this. If you're gonna go with a black dial, I think you might as well get the benefit of the 24-hour bezel that's rotating, and that can help you read another time, an additional time zone. A little more functionality, right? As Meech has left, but we have to honor his legacy.
So what was the last year that they had the Coke? It was right before they came out with the 6-digit, right?
Oh, I think the Coke was discontinued.
97.
I want to say 05, and I think the black bezel ceramic GMT came out 06, 07. I think so.
The Professor watch.
Yeah, that's his daily wear. That's El Profesor's daily wear. As I was saying, I know you have made a pretty conscious choice of saying 16570 black dial or this, but to me, again, as much as I don't have so many strong feelings, it really doesn't make sense to me to go for 16570 if you are going to go with a black dial anyways. I really think this makes more sense. If you want the white dial, if you want the so-called polar, by all means. But if you're getting the black dial anyways, why not go with something that gives you a little more interest? And you can, depending on what you value, if you value patina, you go earlier, right? And still find something in good condition, maybe with some nice fade to the bezel, some aging into the tritium, or if you want something relatively modern, you get as close to 2006 as you can, or rather 2005. So you get the latest movement, the freshest bracelet, so on and so forth, even though that has everything to do with how and how much the piece has been worn. So you can get a relatively older piece with a decent bracelet. And remember, with 5-digit Rolexes, whether we are talking about the No Date Submariner, for example, 14060 or 16710, the 2000 is a sweet spot usually, because you get the solid end link bracelet, you get the beginnings of Luminova, Super Luminova, so you can get a great daily wearer which has kind of a neo vintage vibe. So it will
and
be.
They were phasing out tritium as well, right?
That's what I just said. Luminova and Super Luminova. So it will be basically a great complement to what you have on your wrist now, right? 16520. which is the 5-digit Daytona.
I think that's one of my next ones.
Sounds like an interesting choice. I think I can certainly roll with that. Yeah. And frankly, again, I have a preference for the Coke. I don't mind the all black for the aluminum, or the ceramic for that matter. I understand why people go for that, but you know, I'm just a vintage guy, so I always have a softer spot for aluminum bezel inserts and 5-digit and earlier pieces. So there are good deals to be had already, but like you said, if you're patient, there are going to be more deals and they're going to be better.
For sure.
Yeah.
So this week, I went to a comedy show and saw, I guess, the latest act from Shane Gillis. You know who that is?
I don't know who that is, actually. Tell me more.
He was the setup guy for Joe Rogan. There was Tony Hinchcliffe. There was just a bunch of famous comedians that were out. And I took my boss.
I remember his face. Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah. It was a great time. Yeah, the comedy scene around here is really growing. And it's nice when you've got somebody in town that wants to see downtown and see a show. So it was awesome. Joe had on the Yacht 40 on, is it Yacht 40 or Yacht 42? Rose Gold on Oyster Flex.
Rose Gold is 40. Rose Gold actually doesn't come in 42. 42 is either white gold or the yellow gold, which they just introduced in last year's Watches and Wonders, as you might remember.
Yeah, I think that was it. Maybe it was the 42. That's
so 40 is the Everrose. They also have the 37, which is the reduced size. They do also have the yellow gold. And for the white gold, as you remember, they came up with this
oh no,
Falcon's Eye special semi-precious stone dial, which, I mean, it's, you know what? I mean, I have a friend who has this watch as his daily wear, the one with the black dial, and I think it's a cool watch. Don't take me wrong, but it can be with the on Oyster Flex, right? Because this is not just a souped up Submariner once you put it on the Oyster Flex, right? And that's how it's served, right? There's not even another option. It's a little severe, it has a lot of black on it, including, of course, the ceramic bezel, right?
I mean, you're almost getting to like Black Bay Murdered Out a little bit. I mean,
and it is a cool look.
Yeah.
Don't take me wrong, but I'm glad they have another option which adds some gradation, some striation, some point of visual interest to the dial without really breaking that color palette. So it's actually not so bad as an idea, to be honest. I'm still yet to see the Falcon's Eye dial in person, so I can't comment any further on that. But
I'm gonna reserve judgment as well. But I don't think that hits it. If you look at like the price point there with 33.1 and some of the other dials that you have the same, let's say, sporty price point. To me, I've got to have to reserve judgment until I see it in person, but it's not quite there for me.
Yeah, look, I mean, it's if you don't like it, the 2500 premium already sounds much more severe than it is, which it's still considerable to begin with. But
to me, it looks like almost like half finished, and those two lines that go across it remind me sort of like a vacuum cleaner where you have like those long lines where you pull. So I've got two lines of that at the top of my dial, and then I've got the rest of it solid.
That's great. Yeah, honestly, I mean the yellow gold is cool.
That's cool. So expensive though, 29.
Yeah, of all these, I think I really do prefer the
because
4D.
you can get the gold Daytona for that same price. Way cooler watch.
If you can, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, if in theory, but I'm saying like in the catalog.
Mm-hmm. Absolutely, but I think we were talking about that, JB. I don't think it was a panel that you were part of, unfortunately. But last time St. Peter was on, we were talking about a hypothetical, right? This wasn't something that we heard or anything,
Mm-hmm.
but what if Rolex followed the secondary market, right, in terms of its MSRP, in terms of its new watch pricing, and said, hey, Daytona already sells at a premium, so actually, guys, we are going to sell the 116500 at $35,000 a pop.
Mm-hmm.
You know, keep everything more or less as it is, but the Daytona is going to trade at the market price. And I was saying that would be a sure way to not kill the Daytona, but in fact kill every other part of the lineup, right?
I don't think it would work, but
no. That's the point. I think, you know, if of course to your taste, getting the Daytona Oyster Flex just sounds like such a better deal, you know. And yes, it has the complication, you know, a chronograph movement is harder to execute for sure. It's not even a question. But if they were to price things at a way like that, you know, just because the Daytona is more cool and desirable, let's make it so much more expensive than the Yachtmaster, then that would be a surefire way to kill what are already less popular models. Do you know what I mean?
Yep, I agree. And you see this a little bit in the car industry where, you know, you've got these dealer add-ons that are at the end. You've got kind of the suggest MSRP, and then these origination fees that go along with it. And if it's a hot car, those could be significant. It could be 20,000 on top of a car that you're already paying list for with completely optioned out. And it's part of it's part of the game. And I don't think they want to turn into that. I think the experience, not only for the ones, not the ones you were talking about, all the other lines, but even for that line, don't you feel like you've kind of gotten robbed? Not robbed, but I don't think you're going to get kind of have the clientele going forward that you normally would. And I don't think they want to be in the business of being in tune with the market.
Yep. I mean, look, that's the only thing that confuses me about the certified pre-owned program.
So, but if you think about how Richard,
price point.
Oh, go ahead. Sorry.
No. I was just saying the price point, but go ahead, explain, please.
So, in the Richard Mill world, you'd have to go. They have new boutiques and they have pre-owned boutiques that are in a completely different location. But you're really not even eligible to buy from them and pass go until you get a couple of pre-owned ones that are at market price. I don't even know how used they are, but they're in the pre-owned section. And I think it'd be a shame if you know they were using kind of this lackluster set of inventory that may be overpriced as a gateway in for buying, you know, something that you've been waiting for that you really want for a special occasion, or I don't know.
Honestly, that's really the nightmare scenario for me. I mean, again, I don't want to perpetuate any stereotypes, but I also don't have any strong opinions about Richard Mille as a brand. It's, to me, it's really the definition of whatever. I mean, I could care less.
Right.
I couldn't care less about the existence of the brand. There's some historical interest here and there, but again, by and large.
But
I will
if
just give
that
you-
trickled down to AP that did the same model where they have got their main boutique now, that you basically can't. It's hard.
But
That's a tough nut to crack. First of
yeah,
all,
yeah, but I mean,
And-
it's not. They don't. They don't do that bullshit. I mean, they don't try. They try to sell you code 1159, but they don't try to sell you their used watches for higher than list. And then I have a few theories about the CPO, but none of them are entirely pleasing to me. What I was gonna say is, I actually have a friend who used to have. I think he must have paid 200,000 for his Richard Mille, and then sold it for less, and it's now worth whatever. But he was so cynical about the whole experience, and to him, it represented the time where he was trying to buy a tiger cub, where he was really trying to live a kind of lifestyle where every single thing he did and he bought and he acquired was to fit into a certain image and for someone else, really, to attract someone else's attention rather than getting the watch he wants. And you know what he wears today?
What?
As his only watch, the one on your wrist. It's the 5-digit Zenith El Primero powered, caliber 4030 Rolex Daytona.
I mean, there's really not a reason to take it off.
16520, man. It's it is a beautiful thing. And honestly, I'm not dismissing the scenario you just described. I just hope that's not it, because to me that's the nightmare scenario, right? If that's what they're pursuing, to try to lure people in at even higher than the market price point, just for the privilege of being able to buy a new Rolex when you cut your teeth first, with refurbished pre-owned examples, that sounds grim.
Yeah, I'll tell you though, I think you would have liked the pre-owned case more than the brand new ones that are not even out. You have like a two-tone Explorer that's out, and you just kind of have that random collection of just a few watches that are out. But what they had in the pre-owned case was about 24 watches that I think you would marvel over. The Coke, the Hulk. I mean, they had 5-digit Daytonas, and they had like black dial pre-ceramic Panda. So it was a smorgasbord of really nice stuff in good condition that were basically at the market price. I didn't feel like, though, that you had to possibly even buy one of those to be considered for something else. It was just cool to see different watches that weren't for sale because they were older. And you also saw, a lot of the cool ones from other brands. They had a couple of APs there. They had GLCs that were in the pre-owned section as well.
Yeah, I mean, last time, look, I don't think every single one of the Bucherer boutiques is yet participating in the CPO program. So when I visited the boutique in New York City, they were simply doing their usual thing. I mean, it was cases and cases full of pre-owned stuff, Rolex and otherwise, but it wasn't marked a certain way. It was certainly not part, in my case, of the CPO program. And they had some decent deals on any number of watches, but it wasn't something. Yeah, it wasn't something that we can see, for example, now let's pull up a few pieces from the certified pre-owned selection that they have already on their website.
So the other one is Torno.
I mean,
So
they're the same.
same, but you'll see the
oh,
prices are better there.
oh yeah, for sure. Yeah, I mean that's what I'm talking about, right? You know, they have the certified pre-owned for Rolex, and it's just but yeah, it's a good good comparison actually, because like you said, it's basically the same except more expensive.
So what happens when the prices are basically equal to each other for certain models, right? So there's going to be some models that'll be exactly that. Do you think they just wouldn't stock those as in the pre-owned case if they were essentially similar? Let's say Submariner.
Look, I mean, they have let's see, for example. You know, they have, this is the Tourneau selection. I think essentially the Rolex CPO will always be more expensive because it will have its, you know, everything that goes with it, its own packaging material, its service papers, its certification, and the Rolex certified refurb or overhaul or whatever you want to call it, servicing.
Right. So that's basically pseudo box and papers.
Yes, and here you have examples that come naked in our terminology, right? No box, no papers, that have papers, sometimes the box as well. Sometimes, you know, sometimes it can also have recent service. I think a lot of times when Tourneau and Bucherer stock these watches, I think they do put it through their watchmakers at any rate. So it's, in that case, I think the process that it has to go through, even if it's just paper pushing, right? Because I'm not sure if, you know, I'm really not sure where these CPOs actually get serviced, you know, since it's right now only in Central Europe and only, I think really only in Switzerland and maybe in Germany as well. I don't remember. But in either case, like, you know, it's not stateside yet, for example.
Okay.
So which RSCs actually take care of these watches and overhaul them and certify them? I don't know. Once this program makes it to, let's say, because they're going to roll it out over this year, right? And they're probably going to go with places like Watches of Switzerland, Watches of Swaziland in the UK or in the USA, Siddiqui in the Middle East, you know, in the Emirates and beyond. Places like that, right? High volume dealers that have been part of their networks for a long time. So are they gonna let them overhaul and certify watches and send the documents and boxes and all the appendages from the HQ from Geneva? Or are they gonna say, hey, you can start sourcing these watches for us, except you have to send it back to us or to an official Rolex RSC, and they will come back to you packaged and certified as Rolex CPO?
What if they came into the watches of Switzerland and said, "Yeah, we're going to take 100 square feet. We need an office here, and we're going to have somebody that's going to be running through this. And I really hope that your technician's Rolex certified. And so
I
when
mean,
when he, and
they
you
are,
had
they are, they are. They in Rolex authorized dealers. I mean, we can blame them of all sorts of things, but they do usually have a Rolex certified watchmaker. Let's not let's not go too hard on them. But
my point was
you know,
is that they're going to go with these places that they give massive allocations to, and also have massive power over. They can tell them exactly how they want it to go, and have go ahead.
I think it's actually the other way around.
Really?
The thing is they will go with places that they already implicitly trust. That's why it started with Bücherer, which is one of their oldest and most trusted. So
Okay.
that's why I mentioned, for example, Watches of Swaziland, right? Because that that place essentially has been in in such high regard and in such importance in terms of volume, if only in terms of volume. They will want to appease them, and essentially I think they are, how I will agree with you, and I think that is true. I think essentially Rolex is trying to get a little more of a grip, more of a control on the secondary market, on how their watches are sold and for how much their watches sell on the secondary market. And maybe this is a way for them to test out a kind of boutique model where Rolex watches will be exclusively sold by boutiques that are cooperations, that are collaborations of Rolex with some of their biggest dealers, like Rolex and Bücherer, Rolex and Watches of Swaziland, Rolex and Sadiqi, Rolex and this. And if they are going that path, in fact, JB, I think they would do what you described. Probably they would probably try to send in someone from the corporate in some shape or form, eventually, to collaborate on those boutiques. It remains to be seen. I mean, again, they're still testing it out. Hi, Mitch. Welcome back, man.
Do you think it's just like the order? Do you think it's just like the order form when they buy new watches? They're buying now pre-owned watches, so they're sending them that blue Submariner that you just had on the screen, and that's at market price minus 20%, and that's what they're sending you, and that's on your invoice now as well. And you've got some new ones.
No, because this was Tourneau anyway. So Tourneau has the used stuff, the pre-owned stuff, because it's what people have been trading in and have been selling them at any rate. But Bücherer one, I honestly don't know. Like the official certified pre-owned, I don't know how they are distributed to the limited network of dealers that they use, which I think it's about really 2-3 locations of Bücherer. It's not even that much.
How much is the Champagne full gold Zenith Daytona?
58. Insane. I mean, you can find that. I mean, I know it looks pristine and whatever, but you can find this for much, much less on the secondary market. It's not even funny. Yeah. What's up, Mitch?
Oh, not much. So talking about the CPO. Yes, the way it was described to me is very interesting. Very interesting. I don't know if it's true or not. I don't think it is true. I think they're gaslighting me.
Who described it to you?
Well, I talked to my Rolex boutique, and they said, calm down. Essentially, that's what they said. They said, all we're doing is if you come in with a Daytona, you give it to us. We send it off for a service. You pay the service charge for whatever the particular watch is. So, example, let's just call it $500. You pay for that out of pocket. We get it back. It's officially certified pre-owned, and then we put it in our display case, and you tell us what you want to sell it for.
Okay, but that's not you were being gaslit, because that's not what the certified pre-owned program is about.
That's the way that's the way their rep, quote unquote, that's the way their rep said it was going to be. But I, like I said, I don't believe it. I don't.
Yeah, they
That
were.
sounds more like consignment.
Yeah,
What is consignment? That is the certified pre-owned program.
No, they
How
BS
did you
you.
think this was going to happen, my guy?
No. Meech, I mean, you're mostly full of shit, but on this one, you're completely off the mark. It's Rolex certified program as it is right now has nothing to do with you bringing in something and they put it on consignment for you. It's something they have in Bücherer boutiques in Europe, and apparently it's in Switzerland, Austria, Germany, France, Denmark, and the UK, only at Bücherer. So far, that's it. And no Meeches or Daytonas have been harmed in the process just yet. I don't know if that's a future scenario they were describing or they were hoping will take place, but that's not how it is right
I don't
now.
know, but I don't take what they, I just kind of laughed it off and said, okay, I'll believe you this time around, essentially.
Yeah, we were just looking at that 16528 champagne dial that was basically what, $50,000? I mean, I guess they have better photography. But this looks fine to me. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, we're not saying anything new by pointing out how outrageously overpriced some of those examples are. But I think in the first place, it's just a way of Rolex, trying to act big boss and get a cut of the secondary market. They're not trying to kill off gray market dealers, as some have said or assumed or hoped. I don't know what. But ultimately, I think it might be a way for them to test out, if they roll it out slowly, just through dealers like Bücherer, Sedeki, Watches of Swaziland. It might be a way for them to test it out and see if they can go into a boutique kind of partnership with these authorized dealers, where they would in fact sell their new watches too, mostly, if not exclusively, through these big time ADs rather than your local jeweler, which has been Rolex's business model for a long time. All right. Just the last couple of minutes. If you have any urgent questions or demands or anything, feel free to send in those with a super chat. But we're going to say goodbye in a minute. Thank you for being here. Thank you for your presence and support. Thank you, Bruce G, especially for your generous super chat at the very beginning of the broadcast. I do appreciate that. If you want to support the channel, you have all those links pinned in the chat, and they're also included in the video description, as well as rolling here in the crawling ticker. The least you can do, click the like button. It really does help and increase my exposure just a little bit. And if you have learned anything from the live stream today, or if you enjoyed any part of it, it's the least you can do. So thank you for that. You can, of course, always use PayPal or Cash App. If you sign up on Patreon and join my group of loyal supporters, I send them on a daily basis at least 3 links to watch deals, the kinds that we have been exploring today. Maybe a little more niche, a little more targeted, and a little more tailored to their wishes, their interests. I do also pay a lot of attention to usually focus on watches that fall through the cracks, that fall under the radar. So things that are unexplored, whether we're talking about specific kinds of brands, models, just pieces off the beaten path that can help you learn a little more as well. So those links, even as they present some value proposition at this point in time, I think also serve quite like an educational point too. So if you sign up on Patreon, you will be privy to that. And I will actually expand on those services, and I'm about to raise that initiate price. Everyone who has been supporting me has already been grandfathered into what is to come in 2023. So no worries about that, but it's going to change at the end of the month, and we're already in mid-January. So sign up while you can on Patreon. And I'm gonna send the links again in the chat. Thank you for being here. Thank you to my beloved panelists, JB and Meech. Do you guys have something to add?
I'm just happy that the Bills won this week, and we've got next week we'll be playing the Cincinnati Bengals.
That was the wild card game, right? One of the wild card games.
Wild card game. We made a lot of mistakes and turned the ball over way too many times, but got out of there with a win. And hopefully this is the year that the Bills win a Super Bowl.
When was the last time Bills won?
They've never won it.
No?
Never. And in the 90s, we went to 4 straight and lost every one of them.
4 back-to-back.
1990, 1991, 92. Yes, all 4 in a row. The first one was to the Giants. We missed the kick.
Oh.
Scott Norwood misses the kick. The second one was to the Redskins. And the last 2 were by America's team, Dallas Cowboys.
Nice.
JB, I want to point out, it's called the Washington. What the fuck do they call themselves? Washington
Commanders.
Commanders. Yeah.
But that's not who they played that day. They played.
I like them. I like them better when they were just called Washington Football Franchise.
I did too. I think they should have kept that. Yeah.
God, so dumb.
But I didn't know that because, again, I don't know much about football to begin with. So,
Yeah.
Obviously no surprise there, except, I know Bills as one of those esteemed franchises, and that sounds quite an achievement to make it to 4 Super Bowls back to back. But yeah, it's kind of heartbreaking that they didn't win a single one of them.
It's tough being a fan. Also, I mean, after that, you had 16 years of Brady in New England, and he won the division every year he was in.
Right. We made you our bitch for the last decade.
Oh,
You
took us to Pound Town. Yeah,
you're a Patriots fan?
Yeah,
Hmm?
right now Matt Patricia's absolutely fucking tanking the franchise.
Okay. Well, interesting. Interesting. I'm usually puzzled. I'm not gonna interrogate JB, but how did you end up being a Patriots fan out of Minnesota? Just because they were
Oh,
winning?
I don't know. I guess I think I think I explained this to somebody else. I think it started off when I started collecting football cards, and then I started collecting a bunch of the Patriots cards because, quite frankly, I like the jerseys. um,
Okay.
and I always like to say I barely make the cutoff for being called a bandwagon fan because I was watching, or not this exact game, but I remember when Drew Bledsoe was the starting quarterback before he got his shit rocked by, ironically enough, wasn't it by the Bills, I think. Um, and then after that, he basically got a massive concussion, and he pretty much that ended his career. And then Brady took over, being a
And he
third
never
round draft
started
pick and
again.
bench warmer. Yeah, exactly. And you know what? Funny enough, this is kind of way off the tangent, but Drew Bledsoe is actually kind of bitter. Like, he's fairly openly bitter about not being able to go back to being a starter for the New England Patriots, which is, I don't know. I think it's funny because, like, if you looked at the 2000 era, like, why would you ever want anybody else in that quarterback position?
Right. But
But
what's funny is, so Bledsoe gets beaten out by Brady that year, and then Buffalo signs him, and he played at Buffalo for 2 years. Pretty good years too. Right after that, Drew Bledsoe.
I think he was I don't know. I looked at some of his, like, old tape, if you will. He was average. He's like the
Get
Kirk
out of
Cousin
here.
of the day.
All right.
Guys, I love football. I love football fans. Hey, Rihanna is playing the halftime show. I will be watching Super Bowl.
Right.
Rest assured. But yeah, I can't get into this right now. I'm really sleepy, and I do have it off work tomorrow, but still, I do want to go to my bed.
Thanks for having us on.
Hey, man, it's really a great pleasure. Thank you, JB. Thank you, Meech, and thank you everyone for your presence and support from the chat. Thanks once more to Bruce G for that generous super chat. I appreciate you, and I will see you all tomorrow. Hopefully, I will do an early show too tomorrow since I have it off. Take care, guys. Bye.
Take care.